Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome in to episode 3 of Seasons of Death Spring. I'm a Night's Black Agent solo ops mini-series, part of an ongoing excitement. It is lovely to see all of you here. Thank you for being here, everyone. Could not do this without you. I hope everyone in chat is doing well. Lone Coup, Pope World Build, BP Phantom, hello, welcome in. I am troopersjp, and this is the Academic Foxhole. This is one of our summer games, and I appreciate everyone being here. I'm going to do the big, the spiel, the pitch first up. Thank you. There are so many ways to support us, and the best way to support us is by being here and watching. Thank you. You being here gives us that energy to do a good show, and also, you know, it's good times. You can also, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can like, subscribe, and comment. And I believe I saw a comment actually that I wanted to pull up and read from YouTube because it was so nice. And it was something that I agreed with 100%. I was like, yes, that's true. Let's see. Let me go to the studio and get those comments because it was about our player today. So I thought that I should share it. Yes. Gray Pennell said, PB is an agent with strong tradecraft. And that is true. And that's one of the reasons why I adore playing this with PB, because yes, Gray, you are right. 100% right on that one. Yes. Let's see, what else? You can also, if you like, retweet and reskeet our going live tweets and Bluesky skeets. And you can also, if you like, you can give tips and bits during the stream, and at the end, I will read off any messages you've given them. You can be a member of our Patreon, which is on Academic Foxhole, and all of the Patreon proceeds and tips and bits that come in go to help pay for the cast or any other commissions that I'm doing. And I believe that is everything. So let me introduce our player. This is the player with excellent tradecraft, the player who is thinking and exciting and gives me fun things to do as a GM, somebody who I've played with, had the pleasure of being a fellow player with, and who made me cry. So somebody who I think is just a great person all around. PBPlaysInside, who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, I'm PB from @PBPlaysInside. I am today playing Agent Loki, named Alyssa Lynn Hall, who has been an MI6 agent for a very long time. And as of recent, you know, that is a dubious title she carries. I am very excited to be here. I'm very excited to find out whether or not I find out vampires exist in this universe.
Nope.
Because as of right now, there's some weird shit happening, but like, all can be kind of explained away. Psychosis, drones, you know. Being
Drugs.
in the trade is real. Exactly. It's like being in the spy business means you, find some weird stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Being an undercover agent is something that she sees all the time. Weird stuff,
Yeah.
including a blonde man that keeps showing up that no one believes her. She keeps seeing, you know. But
Weird.
I feel like we might be getting closer as to finding out who he is. If nothing else, Loki has a renewed fervor to find and eliminate this person. After some finding out that he was going around calling Loki his fiance, that rubbed her the wrong way. That and inadvertently threatening her neighbor, and being a potential threat to the small normalcy in her life that she tried to create in the past couple of years. And all of that doesn't sit right with Loki, so she is ready to prevent this person who has disrupted her life greatly over the past year. She's ready to find them and destroy them. But her first priority, unfortunately, has to be Coleman, her old mentor, who left her a weird voice message. And then I got another contact who told me, hey, he's missing. He was researching some stuff and then he went away. Also, he might be drunk and be having an affair. Both things that Loki doesn't believe, but like multiple people have said it about them. Now, questionable sources have said it about him, but people nonetheless. Um, and there's 1,000 leads out there that Loki is slowly but surely pursuing, starting off with someone who looks very similar to her. Someone they call, the Loki of the FSB. And she's been, referred to as the Nina, the Nina of the MI6. So I don't know what's going on, but I have information I have to find out about Harry. I could find out about the creepy stuff about me at the end of the conversation, maybe. But
Sure.
first and foremost, Coleman and Flora Declan, the new lead she's on.
Mm-hmm. So, before we start, I thought I would do I like to take some notes because it's what we do. Uh, Reminding, just sort of putting out there the various leads, and if I've forgotten any, you can let me know. You know that you've got these two. You've got this MI6 agent, Linklaith, and his university rich kids secret society buddy, who are being a little bit sketchy. Just a little bit sketchy. That's fine. Uh, but beyond them, you have some leads. You have Coleman's apartment, um, Harry Coleman's place. You have the address for Morozov, the medical scientist who something happened around 87 that caused him, and his wife died as well, caused him to be disgraced in some way that you suspect probably he was dealing with sort of Russian weapons systems or research or something. But he's a biomedical specialist.
Mhm.
You have Olga uh, uh, Agrapova's apartment. You saw her go to a safe house, well, a place that you know is a safe house. So those are
Mhm.
all 4 places you know of. You also know the name of a man named Ignatiev, who is an industrialist, pretty rich. He started off in timber and then just switched over at some point in time, not too long ago in the 90s, to deal with this drug, which was used for like blood clotting and things like that. And who is, as far as you know, is pretty like shacked up with the FSB, like pretty on the Russian spy side. Probably they control him, or he's getting favors for them, or he's doing favors. They're tight. But he also weirdly, um, so Morozov, the doctor, was meeting with your friend Harry Coleman before he went missing. And
Mhm.
clearly, following the money, it looks like Morozov was going to become some kind of informant for Coleman because Coleman transferred money to Morozov. Um, Now, this Ignatiev um, deposited a huge amount of money into the Cathedral Dome investments, but under Harry Coleman did the transfer, except that he was already missing when that transfer went through. And um, Hestridge, your Oxford guy, Hestridge was the one who told his secretary, Tara Tallwood, that she should just put his name as the person who transferred it over so he could get the bonus, and that it was a deal that he'd made. So you have Coleman's apartment, Morozov's apartment, the safe house, Olga's apartment. You have Ignatiev, the mystery of him, And you also have Nina Rozhkova. And Nina Rozhkova is an FSB agent who specializes in sort of like, well, she specializes in a lot of things, but like money crime, that kind of stuff. She, if anyone would have been surveilling Harry Coleman, it would have been her. So she might know what happened to him. And at this moment, you all are meeting up in Gorky Park to have a conversation. You had to pull in
I would
all
like
of your
to say,
strings to do that.
before we get started with this,
Mhm.
is that I do have technically 2 other leads
Ooh,
that
tell
I
me.
don't. Loki doesn't know that they're going to be leads. But I have a suspicion that they'll lead somewhere. Is the dark we're at with the white patch and the red eyes that was following
Yep.
me on my first day
Yep.
in Moscow, and I was
Mhm.
undercover as an
Mhm.
American tourist.
Yep.
And then my so-called therapist, who is
Mhm.
just a hop, skip, and a wink away
Mhm.
to interact with them.
Yes. And also that motorcycle gang that
And the
was
motorcycle gang.
looking for
Yes.
Olga Agrapova. Yes.
Well, we can assume.
Yes. Probably. So that actually, now I've made a list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 9 different leads that are on our list. And so let us pull back the curtain as you are there in Gorky Park, and you are now face to face with your counterpart, a Russian FSB agent who is very good at what she does, but doesn't have a lot of friends in the agency or outside of the agency. A woman who is probably not getting promoted anytime soon, but can still be used for things where they need to make sure the person doing that job, just in case they need to cut them loose, it wouldn't be that great of a loss. But somebody who still nonetheless is quite good at their job. And there in the park, she is sitting on a park bench reading a newspaper. Just sort of sitting, reading a newspaper, very relaxed. She glanced up to look at you, but she doesn't sort of acknowledge it was like a very quick glance, and then like a kind of a bit of a double take, right? But then she just continues to read the newspaper on this bench, which is sort of placed in a space where there's not going to be a lot of foot traffic. The sight lines are not great, so that if there are people like wanting to spy on you all, they'd probably have to actually get into the park to see you. But like out from the outside, it wouldn't be very clear, right? There's a pretty good distance.
Was I given a name to call Nina?
No,
Or
you had clothing, right? That you would identify each
yeah,
other.
well, more in the fact of do I just say, does she mind if I just say her real name? Because I feel a little weird giving people my real name
Oh
in
yes,
this universe.
probably. I probably wouldn't. Really, probably the best thing to do would be to just sit down on the same bench and also read a paper, because I believe you did say you had one.
Yes. So I am walking into the park wearing my black beanie, having caught sight of Nina.
Mhm.
I have my
Is
ice.
also wearing a black beanie.
I have my iced coffee in one hand and the paper in the other, and I go to this bench and I sit down, and I also pull out the paper
She's
and I
smoking.
turn it to the business section. She's smoking, classic. I take a sip of my iced coffee before I do the exaggerated with the newspaper to make sure. It's all extended.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, it's a nice day out. Is it not?
Yes, it is a nice day. A little bit chilly, but nice nonetheless.
The sun is out. One cannot complain.
Mm.
Hold on. I'm just doing a big stretch.
Oh yeah,
I did
and
hurt my back earlier.
she finds your sort of like a bit of a call and response between you two. Like this particular
Yeah.
kind of those phrases are the kind of phrases you use your parole encounter to sort of just verify that you are who you are.
Mhm.
And she says, "You have gone through a lot of trouble to meet with me."
Well, it seems that someone I am looking for has found themselves in a lot of trouble.
Who are you looking for?
I am looking for a gentleman of the name Coleman, Harry Coleman.
And why would you be looking for him?
He has gone missing after a large transaction happened at his job. He's a financier.
Well, I have nothing to say about this Harry Coleman. The Russian authorities will, of course, investigate his disappearance if he is indeed missing. And she's never looking at you, right? She's kind of just looking out or at her paper. But more likely, he's succumbed to some sort of drug addiction or depravity and will be found dead. And then, of course, a report will be issued in due course.
I am sure, but while I look for him, he is not my number one interest. My interest is someone maybe you have a little bit more information on. And that is a gentleman of named Beria Ignatiev.
And she sort of just shifts at the paper a little bit. And she says,
turn the page.
yeah, she says, you'll want to be very careful about what names you say. And exactly why might you be interested in Ignatiev?
There have been some large transactions as of late, and some of them not in the pattern one would expect from him.
And how would you know this?
The same way we know anything.
My job is to find illegal spies and arrest them. Exactly who are you? And what is your interest in Coleman and Ignatiev?
And like I have said, it is the money. I am following the money. And those are just the two that I have found.
And you are exactly who?
I thought it would be really funny to just say my name. And it tickled me. Apologies.
Hey, you can.
I could. I mean, put the cups on me now. A copper. I am. You know what I didn't think to do? Pull up any Russian names.
Fantasy name generator.
Hold on. Russian names. Girl. You know. Okay. We got one. Okay, hold on. Okay, we got that one. Just use the same last name. My name is Daria Pavlova.
I'm just checking her skills to see if she has bullshit detector, Just checking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. She looks at you and she says, "Who do you work for?" Daria Poplova.
Private party.
Who is?
Is it quite necessary? They would not be happy with me giving out unnecessary names.
You are speaking with the FSB. We need to know everything. Is this private party foreign?
No.
Are you being hired by the Americans? The Germans? The British?
A competitor of, what's his name? Ignatiev.
Hmm. And what does Harry Coleman have to do with this?
Well, someone had to do business with Ignatiev. And this Coleman was the most interesting party, considering there was only one very large transaction before he went missing.
You seem to look quite interesting. Where did you grow up? Daria Poplova.
And this is relevant to this
You look
investigation. How?
quite similar to me, so I'm curious.
And I was hoping to do business first, pleasure later. And I look out to the edge of like the newspaper, like at the very tippy top. And I don't know anything about Russia. I just so we all know.
Well, your character does because you've been here a long time.
Yeah, my character does. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna open Google Maps for no reason. Just no reason at all.
Sure,
I'm gonna open up Russia. Oh no. Oh no, they're all in acrylic. Oh no. Cyrillic. St. Petersburg. Yeah, St. Petersburg. I believe you. That's a city, I'm sure, in Russia.
Yeah. It used to be Stalingrad, actually. It was St. Petersburg, then Stalingrad, and now it's St. Petersburg again.
Oh.
Interesting. Why might someone who looks so similar to me be coming to talk to me about Ignatiev and Harry Coleman?
Well, to begin with, how was I to know this is who you would be? It is not like I know anyone who has ever seen you. In the same way, how do I not know you agreed to speak to me because you knew what I looked like? You have much more information at the tip of your fingers than I do.
This is true. You say that the first thing you said was that you were here for a missing man, this Harry Coleman. And then you say you are hired by someone to look into a competitor, Ignatiev. That seems like a strange contradiction. Do not speak yet. I suspect that the first thing you said was correct. You are here looking for Harry Coleman. If you are here looking for Harry Coleman, then I suspect whoever this is who hired you is British, just like Harry Coleman. I'm going to tell you something, Daria Poplova. Whatever might have happened to Harry Coleman, let us say that your Harry Coleman had fewer friends than you think, and even fewer will mourn him. You are, I think, not meant to succeed in your mission. You should probably go home. Loki, is it? Wherever that
Hold
home might be.
Oh, I forgot to open up Roll20. Hold on. I forgot what my skills are. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
um, I would like
Mm-hmm.
to do a. What would this be? Like
Mm-hmm.
a.
Talk to me.
I guess it might be bullshit detector. I want sort of
Mm-hmm.
a check on her intention behind her words.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The words
Mm-hmm.
may be whatever she is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm interested in is why she is saying them.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. Um, so it is true that what she's saying here about him having fewer friends, she is not lying to you. She is being honest. Um, about that, at least. You get the vibe that she's still a little bit weirded out by your similarities, but she's trying to put that to the side for later. Um, you know, um, you also get the sense that she knows something about Coleman. And also, when she said, if he's gone missing, right? You get the sense that she knows very well where Coleman is,
Mm-hmm.
right? She's been very careful not to say that she doesn't know, right? She's chosen her words very carefully. So she's not lied to you at any moment, but lying and bullshitting are slightly different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There is a bit of a runaround. Like she's very careful about picking her words to avoid saying anything untrue. But she doesn't seem to be worried about Harry Coleman coming back. And there was something a little bit off when she said that he would probably be found dead. In that there was something about that you don't think that didn't seem honest to you, or that didn't seem like she felt that was true. You don't know whether or not
Mm-hmm.
it's the found part or the dead part that you're not quite certain. Um, she like there's some deception there, right? At that moment, and
Yeah.
you're not quite sure what part of that was the deceptive part. She seems to you to be very in control of herself, the information she gives. She seems to be other people might be more hostile right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, she knows something, she knows more about you than she initially let on. Probably it's a bit of the dance to see what you'll give and take. And when she talked about his lack of friends and you being set up to fail this mission, that wasn't done as a threat. That wasn't the vibe you got. You got more of the vibe of, I mean, she's kind of cold and distant. She's a little bit, she's not very friendly. But that felt to you as if she was doing you a solid, right? That was more the
Yeah.
vibe. Her telling you that seemed to be her trying to give you a warning, but she's not warning you. Do you know what I mean? Like she's not threatening you, but she's giving
Yeah.
you a bit of a warning. And you have a sense that she probably knows more about that end of it as well. Do you know what I mean? Like if if she's saying that, that means that she knows that, which means she knows, sort of implies that she might. Unclear, but maybe she has some surveillance or some knowledge of Harry's bosses, you know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in ways that is not the standard way. There's a little bit of there's a bit of an she doesn't feel like she is. She seems like she feels like she's in a good spot, right, with all of this,
Yeah.
but that maybe Harry is not. She feels a little more implicated than she's putting things at a distance, which of course she would, right? Because
Yeah,
you don't,
of course.
right? But also there's a real kind of deflection about Harry. And I will also say, in terms of bullshit detector, you brought up Ignatiev, which clearly she thought was interesting. In a way that's oh, that's, especially if he is one of their people, or one of their toadies, informants, lackeys, right? You bringing him up is interesting to her. But it's clear that Harry is was the more interesting person. The Ignatiev was a bit of a pivot, right? It was sort of multiple interests, shall we say.
As we go forward, I am in the future going to do a trade crafts in regards to Ignatiev when I bring him back up. So just so you know. But she said Loki was the last thing she said. And I was about to say, I was beginning to think that you weren't as good as they all said.
I'm better.
I should hope so if they're comparing you to me.
The comparisons are a little bit uncanny at this moment.
I will say it is disconcerting, but it is something that can be discussed at the end.
You probably should drop this whole Harry Coleman thing. And the Ignatiev thing.
Professional or personal?
For your own safety. This is not the sort of inquiry that you want to go down.
Unfortunately for me, it is something I care greatly about.
I see. I was investigating him on suspicion of being an illegal British spy. Such a thing could get you taken to Siberia. To a gulag. It is our job to arrest foreign spies. Then they can be traded for good Russian patriots that might be held by other countries, you know.
Then it is a shame that he is dead, is it not?
I wouldn't know if he is dead or not.
I like to bullshit detect that. Just that statement.
she is not lying. But she's choosing her words very carefully, if you see what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That statement is true.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you
But it's
wouldn't do,
carefully true, right?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if you were doing your research, then I'm sure you also saw, what they say is true, you also saw the interesting financial transactions near the end.
And she just looks at her cigarette, looks at her paper, and she
Turn another
says,
page.
yeah, turns a page. She looks up to the sky as if she's just checking what the weather is going to be like in that sort of casual way that one might do. She says, none of this is something you really want to deal with. It is very, very dangerous.
That is the job.
Perhaps.
Whether it was given in good faith or not,
Hmm.
it is now my mission.
They
I'm
did
sure
not
you
want you to
understand.
succeed. They did not want you to succeed.
I do not believe a lot of people want to see me succeed.
Well, I think you should perhaps leave Ignatiev alone. There are many things here that you should leave alone.
I would like to do a tradecraft on that.
Mm. You would say that Ignatiev is probably her contact, or that she handles Ignatiev.
Mm-hmm.
That they are in some ways connected.
Mm-hmm.
This is not just a name that she knows. You would say that probably he is a tool that she uses at times for things. That's the vibe you get,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
Which you're not quite certain how this squares with that huge amount of money that was sent over to Cathedral Dome. That seems a little odd, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not quite certain what that's about in terms of,
Yeah.
does that mean that she was giving money to Cathedral Dome? You figure from the way that she's talking, think about tradecraft, that she must be his handler. So she gives him orders, she tells him to do things. But then the question is, why and to what end?
Yeah. My quarrel is not with him if it is not with Coleman. It is simply suspicious that a post-mortem great amount went to his account. Coleman's, that is.
Well, I imagine that is a bit more business. So,
For um, more personal matters pop up, I just, for me, you would not happen to know of the technology of a rat drone?
no, there are
Mm.
no such things as far as I know. But if you've been seeing rats, you definitely should leave Moscow while you can.
I was gonna say perception check,
Definitely.
but that's not a thing. Um, that's a weird champ check, but I don't know what I
Uh,
would use there.
what kind of check are you looking for?
That's a weird thing to say to someone. Is all
Sure.
is what that triggers. It triggers it, and like
It's pretty
with
weird.
someone who is so careful with their words,
Yeah.
she would not say something so weird to me.
Yeah.
Like a normal person might say that, but she
Yes.
wouldn't say that to me.
Yeah.
So
Yes, that's true.
is it like is it
You
like
could look at tradecraft.
streetwise or tradecraft?
Streetwise,
Yeah.
tradecraft is probably better in the sense that I know no such thing as rat drones. That feels very tradecrafty, right? That's like you're
Yeah.
going to deny that you have it, but maybe you do. Like, but then that other thing that didn't feel. That felt like, yeah. When you said that's weird, that is pretty weird. That did not feel like that was coming from an FSB agent who's doing
Yeah.
FSB tradecraft stuff. That felt like there's a different. How do I put this? That was from a, if you can put people in buckets, right? You have interests,
Yeah.
buckets, and the FSB is one bucket of interest. That second half of that sentence did not feel like that was coming from that bucket of interest, but it did feel like it was coming from a bucket of interest, but not the FSB.
Okay. Okay. I know what angle I'm thinking of this now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I deliberately take a moment there, a beat. I say, Nina, personal or professional?
Because you look like me, I will tell you this. I can make you an offer that you should not take. The offer, because you are asking so many questions, I give you. Harry Coleman was causing trouble. Quite a bit of trouble. Many questions. So many questions. Some of the questions you are asking right now. He had questions for me, just as you have questions for me right now. I did not hurt him. I merely brought him where he wanted to go. And I was sanctioned Perhaps his superiors were fine with me taking him where he wanted to go. And so I make you the offer, if you're so interested in following his footsteps. I can take you to the same place that I brought Coleman. But I do not think you want to take me up on this offer. I suggest you go home. Especially if rats have been following you.
Is this something I will find on my own?
There are very few ways to find this place. There are leads. You may find them. But I hope you don't. I very much hope you don't.
Who are you to me?
I would like to know that question as well. Who are you to me?
We're two different sides of a similar coin. I have my allegiances, you have yours. However, this is something I would like to look into in the future. I will not take you up on your offer. Unfortunately, that does not mean I am not going to look into it.
If you follow him, you will never return from that place. And if you do, you will never be the same. Ever. It is not a place you should go.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
It is not a place you should go.
You've mentioned that once or twice. I'm going to do a tradecraft here. And see if she's talking like if she's talking about like a, I don't know, what are they called, like a black box area, like if it's like an FSB area that they go to, you know,
Yeah.
torture information out of people, that sort of thing.
Yes. That is not the vibe you get, because if it were, she would not be talking this way, right? She probably would just deny that there's a thing. She probably wouldn't even bring it up, right? That if this were some kind of FSB black site, she would either just deny it exists, or maybe she would just capture you right now and take you there.
Yeah.
Also, when she said that Coleman asked to go there, that he wanted to go there and she brought him there, that also doesn't seem... That's weird too, actually, right? There's quite a bit about this. This does not seem like there's something off about it. This does not feel Right.
Mm-hmm.
And this doesn't feel completely consensual. In the
Like
sense
her?
that, yeah, yeah. Or the way she's talking about it doesn't feel like the way you talk about something that you do because it's a job
Oh,
or
okay.
it's your
Yeah.
duty or it's a thing that you willingly do, gladly do. It it feels off. It doesn't feel like the way you talk about your job, even if it's a difficult and emotionally draining sort of and psychically draining, spiritually draining sort of spy job. There's just something off about it. It doesn't feel like an FSB black site.
Yeah.
It feels weird to you.
I will
Yeah.
I will admit that this has only been opening up more questions than answers.
It is my job to make sure that those that ask too many questions are no longer asking questions.
Mm-hmm. It is hard to stop asking when the answers are as those you give, not unique to you. You can, it's everyone I've spoken to has given me perplexing answers.
These are perplexing times. But again, if you so wish to be taken where Coleman was asked to be taken, I will take you there.
Now, I appreciate the offer. However, I don't even know where I want to be taken.
Does
If
it
I did
matter?
know, Coleman had a strong head on his shoulders.
Hmm.
A little harder than most. I need a little bit more than Coleman when it comes to accomplishing a job.
Hmm.
Something I'm sure you can understand. In fact,
Yes.
he's the one who taught me not to run into situations I don't know what they are.
Well, he thought he knew.
The rats are not yours then.
I do not control rats.
Ignatieff is not involved.
You're asking many questions.
I'm just asking where not to look.
This conversation should end now.
Yeah. And as I'm standing up and I'm doing the stretch,
Mm-hmm.
and I say, you do not need to answer. But is there a blonde man with red eyes in Moscow?
A blonde man with red eyes. That is interesting. Tell me more about this blonde man with red eyes. And she sort of changes the page of the newspaper.
I'm sure it is no secret what Agent Loki has been going through over the past year.
Mhm.
And it was a man with red eyes that started it all. And now he is going around calling himself my fiance. and I take personal offense to that. It's not even my type.
I should tell you this then, in that case. No, as far as I know, this blonde man is not here. If he were here, that would be perhaps a problem. That would be something I would want to know immediately, were he here. But I will say, I have indeed heard of Agent Loki's problems. I have not heard of these problems. Well, let me say that I have heard of these problems from someone British. I believe the phrase was broken. A broken agent who would not be very competent, who would come, ask a few questions, and leave. It seems that perhaps you were underestimated by someone who is young and arrogant.
As I said, there are more parties who would like to see me fail than succeed. And that just only gives me that much more desire to succeed.
This blonde man, do you have a relationship with him?
No. But he seems to have an vested interest in me.
And now you are here. It's a lot of coincidences.
It is not a coincidence what Coleman was looking for. Whatever he found was partially because of me. He knew of my troubles.
I see. Did you tell him to investigate whatever it was he was investigating? Did you tell him that?
No. He did that all on his lonesome.
I don't think he did. I think someone encouraged him to investigate this.
Which side?
That is a very difficult question to answer. My guess is that it is the blonde man's side. The red-eyed blonde man's side is my guess.
A third party. That answers one question, but opens up many others.
I don't have any desire to do harm to you. But you cannot do the work of the blonde man and live. And you're certain it was not you who encouraged Coleman to go poking his nose in places that he was not supposed to poke them?
Never.
Did you have a dream of this man? In a dream, did you tell Coleman?
I've not even thought of Coleman before he called me, speaking nonsenses.
He called you.
Yes.
Hmm.
Telling me that what I had been describing, I was not wrong. I was not crazy. And then that was it. I took it as the ramblings of a drunken man.
This is bigger than you might think. If it was not you who told him, who set him on this path, it was someone else. Secrets must be protected and they cannot be exposed. And I'm sure you understand that it is my job to silence all secrets. Do not be a squeaky wheel, since you share my face.
Well, what you know is what you know from a squeaky wheel, not because of me.
You should avoid this blonde man at all costs. At all costs. That is not anything you want to have something to do with.
Well, I didn't. You've made it my problem.
Yes. And I
But if it
suspect
is my
he's made
problem,
it. But why is he interested in you? Exactly.
that is the million ruble question, is it not?
It is. And you've come here to find Harry Coleman. When were you born?
This is me not being coy. This is me trying to remember what day it was.
88.
Idiot. 88.
88. It's too late, so I don't have answers for this. Maybe perhaps some sort of replacement. Replacing me with you, somehow. But you don't seem to know. This does not seem to be a plot of yours. I suspect you're being used.
That is the job, is it not?
No, I suspect you're being used by something bigger, different, perhaps. You should retire. Go to a place somewhere different.
I appreciate it. It is no longer a choice, though. This is now a problem I must face. And as with all problems I have dealt with, this one will be dealt with also.
If you say this, then I must invite you to the place where I took Coleman.
I have a few more leads to follow. I do not intend on going anywhere, just watching. Can this wait a day or two?
It can, but you cannot cause too much noise. You've already caused too much, and it looks like you'll keep asking questions you should not ask. There will come a time where if you ask too many questions, I will not invite you to this place. I will take you to this place.
I mean, we get
You
the same
understand?
results.
No, the results are a little bit different. If you
Mm.
choose to go, that is on you. If you make me take you, that is something else. It will probably not work out well for you either way.
Well, then let's plan for daytime, nighttime.
If I must take you, then I shall take you at night.
Then let us plan tomorrow night. And
And
if
she looks a little
you
sad,
must,
you know?
and if you must take me, then it is no hard feelings.
It is fair. I don't know
hope
why you
the
look
next.
like me.
I do not like that you are older.
I am. 2 years. And you can tell she's like disturbed by this, like she's troubled by this. She's clearly something is happening and she doesn't know what it is, right? Like this doesn't, you get the sense of somebody who's trying to put together the lines, the pieces, the sides. Like, what are you doing here? Why do you look like her? But you said you didn't put Coleman up to this. So then who did? And then what are you doing here if you didn't? Like, she's clearly trying to put together this puzzle. Threat assessment, right?
Yeah.
And she's trying to figure out where you fit into this threat. And you get the feeling that she doesn't think that you are doing this on purpose, and that kind of makes it worse.
Yeah, same boat, buddy. I
Right?
also
Because
don't
if you're
like what
doing it
you
on
told
purpose,
me.
she could just kill you. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're doing it on purpose, she could just
Yeah.
kill you and it'd be fine. But if you're not doing this on purpose, then, and she doesn't really feel good about this, you know? You get this sense that there's like
Yeah.
a kind of a reluctance and yeah, she doesn't feel good about this.
Hopefully the next time I see you, I know a lot more about what is happening. I do not like not knowing
Well,
about any of
oh,
this.
looking for leverage is always good. Leaving and retiring to South America would be better.
It doesn't matter where I go. He follows me. I would know.
I suspect if you go far enough out of the area of influence, the Cold War, you might be safe. As long as he hasn't gotten his teeth into you.
No, he only hides. Both in the shadows and in plain sight. It is annoying.
I will give you a
Thank
small
you.
piece of advice. Whoever he is, he's taken an interest in you. And that is not good. If you see him here in Moscow, and she just puts like a paperback book on the, like she just kind of lays a paperback book that she had just on the bench by her side next to you, as if she's just laying it down. There's a phone number that you can get in contact with me. If you see this man here in Moscow, you should call me immediately. Immediately.
Okay. And I will grab the book.
And she settles the newspaper. Tomorrow.
Sorry, like under my arm. Tomorrow
Tomorrow
night.
night.
Same
I hope
place.
you leave. For your sake.
And I give almost a sympathetic look to her. 'Cause I know I'm not. And I give her a sympathetic look. I nod and say, and I walk away, like the polite nod of like, oh, we've been
Yeah.
sitting next to each other for a while.
Yeah.
I will acknowledge you, and then I walk off.
And she, of course, will sit at the bench for a little while longer before she leaves. Right? Where do you go? And what are you thinking?
Man, booked and busy. I'm heading over to the street where Olga lives.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to start canvassing the neighborhood. And I'm going to be asking around, pretending I want to like move there or something. And asking about if there's anything of interest I should know about this. You know how you ask like the neighbors? It's like, okay, but like, you know, is there anything I should know about the neighborhood that the real estate agent who's bringing me at this specific time isn't going to tell me?
Yeah. And you kind of canvass. There are a lot of people to talk to. And the vibe you get, generally speaking, is that this is a pretty... It's not run down, but it's not fancy. A lot of the people here are lower middle class, upper working class. It's a kind of a place that nobody really cares about or pays attention to.
Yeah.
A place where not much happens. Nothing's very interesting. It's just very anonymous, right? You come here and nobody pays attention very much. Never much trouble. Nobody particularly interesting or fancy lives here. If they were particularly interesting or fancy, they'd live somewhere else. There has
I will say
been...
my lead into any conversation that gets to a point where I can talk about it is I got a new job and I'm going to be walking home from the job at night.
You get mixed responses. You generally get... the vibe you get is that most people would say that the neighborhood isn't more dangerous than other neighborhoods, right? You'll have to pay attention and be careful, but nothing... generally speaking, nothing is... This is a pretty decent neighborhood. That's like the general vibe you'd get of like sort of continuity is, are there pickpockets? Are there some thieves? Yes. But as long as you have regular street skills at a place where a number of people don't have a lot of money, you should be fine. That's the overall vibe that you're going to get from most of the people you talk to. You might catch one or two who would say, oh, well, I've noticed there's some trash, sort of out-of-town motorcycle criminals coming into the place, but don't know why they're doing this. This is probably just... hopefully they'll go away. They've been making their loud motorcycles just a couple times every night for places, riding around this sort of way, but it's sort of... But they're not from here. They're not from the neighborhood, so I'm hoping that whatever it is they're looking for, they'll leave soon and not come back. But they are the sort of trouble types. But as long as you're not troubled with them, hopefully they won't bother you. They've not, as far as I know, bothered anyone but looking around. And one of them would say, somebody else, yes, they're looking for someone, I think, a blonde woman. I did not see any blonde women. There's so many blonde women. I don't have anything to say to them. But they're definitely looking for someone. You are not blonde, so you're probably okay. But
Out of town.
hopefully they'll leave.
All of a sudden.
Yes, out of town.
And is it a recent problem, not a common one that happens all the time?
No. There's no reason for out-of-town motorcycle gang to come to our neighborhood. We're not interesting or important.
Thank you very much for the information. I'll take it into account.
If you're going around, you can probably at some point find somebody who's a little bit sketchier also.
Yeah.
You've got some streetwise, right?
Yeah.
I was say, oh yes, there's the Night Wolves gang. They've been buzzing about. Probably someone owes them money or something, but that makes no sense to me because they are from, quite outside of Moscow.
You know from where?
Oh, the Night Wolves? Yes, they're from that small town. What's it called? Komorov, right? The town? Let me think. It's north. It's in the forest
Kostroma?
area. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's the name of it.
Kostroma.
Yes, they're like a small town motorcycle gang. They sell drugs. They make the loans, all of that. But they're not from here. I don't know why they're
Odd.
here. They're looking for something. They're fishing. But we don't have drug dealers here. I mean, we have drug dealers, but not drug dealers that deal out that way.
That's very far, very far out in the middle of nowhere.
It is.
Maybe someone moved and they're looking for them back. Something of importance.
Somebody stole something from them. Well,
good way to get yourself. You know what?
Yes, but as long as you're not mixed up with that, this should be a more or less safe neighborhood for you.
That is good to know. I cannot afford down in a rich neighborhood over there.
Ugh, no. That's where the fancy people go. No.
Ugh.
Ugh. But they've been coming back and forth multiple times. I don't know who they're looking for. But they have a description.
Oh. Aside from blonde woman?
Blonde woman, pale, thin. They don't have a name, but they have a description.
Not very descriptive.
No, maybe they've seen a photograph. I don't know, but they're looking for someone. And my money is that person, whoever it is not going to be in a good way.
It does not sound like it.
No.
Well.
Hey, do you want to buy something?
What you got?
I have some heroin.
I look at him and I'm like, how clean?
Mix. It's okay, good enough. Best. It's not best, but it's okay.
How much?
1,000 rubles.
For a mix.
For a mix. Unless you hang out with rich people, you're not going to get better.
First customer, 800?
You have bargaining, yes? Or streetwise would also work, actually. Both would work.
Yeah, streetwise.
Yeah.
Streetwise, urban survival.
Yeah. 800? Okay. I'll do it. And he like
And
pulls out a small little baggie.
I'll take out the the money from like inside my bra, rolled
Yeah.
up, and I'll do the
Pass you the
quick
drugs.
exchange.
Then he like, helps you move in. And he sort of like nods and heads back down the road.
And I just that's very interesting. I'm going to head to a different cafe. Still kind of in like the rundown area.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sit down and have my lunch there.
Yeah.
My first meal in a little bit, actually.
It's true. It's been a while. It has been a while.
And as I was sitting there, I'm thinking about, obviously top of the mind is what, or always in the back of my mind is going to be the conversation I had with Nina and that entire weirdness.
Yeah.
But weird. I had an order of operations I wanted to go through today. And so I want to go through that with what I learned in mind, which wasn't a lot. Not in the line of where I'm going, right? Like, so nothing has changed about my plans of going Nina, then figuring out what the motorcyclists were, then going to go visit the professor and doing a very requested, highly anticipated class. Many people going to that class. But before I go, because it's not going to be at a primo hour. That's a 5 o'clock on a Friday type class. I'm gonna have myself a nice little lunch first. I mean, nice, a lunch. But what I'm going to be thinking about is there was a blonde man. There is no blonde man here. But there was also a blonde woman. I have seen Olga. Olga is not the blonde woman.
No.
That I know.
No.
But it does have me wondering about if there's any resemblances. Because although blonde, pale, thin is very non-descript, it still describes the blonde, pale people I've seen. So I just want to see if there's anything like that would seem similar about the two.
That's a weird question to ask.
It is, but Nina is the one who put it in my mind.
Did she?
Because it's a third faction now. Blonde Man is not FSB. Blonde Man is not MI6. Blonde Man.
You did see him with somebody who worked at MI6 in those photographs.
Yes.
One of your boss's bosses.
But if it's a third, but FSB is also complacent with whatever. Because Blonde Man not here, Blonde Man has influence. She said if you leave the sphere of influence of the Blonde Man, leading me to believe that the Blonde Man is part of a larger organization of some sort.
That's weird.
Maybe a new terrorist group. But like, why
Maybe
would FI6 and MI6 be working with them? It's some sort of group with a lot of influence.
And that guy that you're supposed to save, that American asset that you're supposed to save, they did say he was killed by terrorists. But
exactly.
They did also say they were Middle Eastern terrorists, and those people really did not look like Middle Eastern terrorists to you.
Yeah. but I'm also not told everything. Even by other agents, they don't tell me everything.
That's true.
So
Need to know. Need to know.
I have to make my own assumptions about what I've seen with my own eyes. If no one else is going to corroborate my story, including with just talking about the blonde man, they have to be of high powers. It could be an organization for the rich,
Yeah.
because they could afford their own
Yeah.
private spy network.
Yeah. Business, maybe.
Yeah. So
maybe.
weird that they would take this guy, but I don't know what he knows. You know, all I was told is save this American guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know what connection that could possibly have. The troubling thing is that he's in my head, but that I can deal with in a second. So my mind right now is,
you got the vibe
Olga
that he was somehow
part of
connected
this?
to the CIA or somehow sort of like American intelligence, that not that he wasn't U.S. intelligence, but U.S. intelligence wanted to, maybe he was like an informant or who knows what it was, but that somehow he was one of their assets and they wanted him back.
And he was a high priority.
He was a high priority.
If they called so many people in.
Yes. Probably had secrets, right?
Yeah. And he doesn't look like a blonde, pale person, right?
No. Nope.
No. But Olga does, which is why I just want to like sit there in my thoughts and be like, is there any comparison of those fleeting moments I looked at the blonde man and the blonde lady? Does Olga looks familiar?
Gonna just verify that you are sitting here and you're thinking and pondering on this.
Yes.
I see.
Thinking and pondering.
Well, that seems to be a very strange question. Do you think there are any connections between them?
This is my therapist.
You're in the office.
Blonde man, red eyes. Blonde woman leaning over you. Oh, I can speak with a British accent. Blonde woman speaking over you.
Me?
Yes. And now a blonde woman speaking to Coleman. Coleman trying to protect her. It all seems oddly connected.
I'm sorry. You said a blonde woman was speaking over me. When?
Whispering into your ear. When you were taken.
I was taken?
A year or so ago?
No. That can't be right. I would remember such a thing if I were taken. If I were taken, I would remember be doing this job.
Where?
Still.
Where are you doing this job?
We're here in Washington, D.C., aren't we?
No. We've never been.
We have been.
No.
I'm sure we have been. So,
just like you went to Brown University, right?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Odd you can't remember.
Yes, I've been having some lapses in memory of late. But red eyes.
I can relate.
Blonde man, red eyes. Blonde man, red eyes. Blonde woman.
Leaning over you, whispering. You tied up, dragged onto a ship.
This is not.
Or was it the Catherine?
This is not funny. It's not funny at all. I don't know why. I don't.
Had
Takes out his handkerchief
world's...
and he coughs a bit.
Had
And he
half the
coughs up.
world's intelligence agencies looking for you. And I look at his handkerchief.
Seems like might have coughed up salt water. Um, wow, that
Mm,
doesn't seem right. Now, let's get back to more. Catherine. Somebody mentioned the Catherine. Yes, I know that name. Hmm. And one of my clients mentioned the Catherine. Yes. Codename Archangel. He was chasing someone down on the Catherine. It's part of this red eyes. Yes. Gave me a name. What was the name he gave me? Patient. Doctor confidentiality, I guess. I shouldn't say.
well,
Odd
we're
that you knew
both
the
part of
same.
something bigger.
A Lady Escadi is what he said. She owned the boat. She was... I don't quite remember. She was doing something. His family was killed by
Archangels?
someone. Yes, someone with red eyes, he said.
And this was
Another...
before or in
Before.
DC?
In
Before?
D.C. Yes, yes. One of my clients in D.C. I have clients now. I don't have the same clients as I used to have. I have you, Archangel. Yes, Prometheus, the other. You know Prometheus, by the way.
Do I know a Prometheus? How?
You do know a Prometheus. You know an agent, codename Prometheus, who... Interpol, New Zealander.
Mm,
You've met them maybe once or twice a while ago. You haven't heard from them. Well, you've still been a little bit in touch. About a year or two ago. About a year ago, perhaps. You had word from MI6 that they had been selling secrets, perhaps. They're burned. They're not. They're not somebody you should be. You should be on the lookout for them. They were like an accountant for Interpol. They did like financial crimes. Yeah, they did financial crimes. I think they were on some sort of, as far as you knew, they were on the job for some sort of like mob stuff, drugs, that kind of a thing, perhaps. Some kind of like, French connection kind of stuff, international sort of.
mm.
How do you take down the mob? Taxes, right? And I believe you have
Yeah.
you have met them once or twice, because I got the okay from Ari. Prometheus, that that code name, and the last you heard, they... what did you hear? That you heard that they were selling secrets. They like sort of done some kind of betrayal, which was not your assessment of their character, but... And then,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. You heard that they went and murdered some friends of theirs, burned down their apartment, isn't on the run right now, that they basically kind of must have snapped and killed some people, civilians, just some innocent people. Like burned down their place, killed a bunch of people, actually. Burned down their apartment. Burned down their apartment.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I don't know what's happened in London, so
You were reading the paper, right?
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Weirdly, there was a story in the Moscow paper about an apartment building being burned down in London, which is pretty weird for that to be in the Moscow paper. Said that a number of people died, but they were still looking for survivors in the wreckage.
Mm.
It's just a small little story. I mean, you were there long enough to talking to Nina that you would have
Yeah.
read everything.
I still have the paper on me, in fact,
Yeah.
if I wanted to look at it again after this.
It's such a weird sort of parallel. Yeah.
They also see people with red eyes, Interpol agent.
And he's thinking, and you can tell he's trying to access his memories, and it's difficult. Prometheus was somewhat evasive, not particularly honest. It's hard to get a straight answer out of them. Archangel was more forthcoming. He thought there was creatures of some sort or something like that.
Creatures of some sort.
Something. He was sent to go kill terrorists in the Middle East, if I remember correctly. His whole squad, he was with a team, special forces, went to a crypt in the Middle East where terrorists were holding hostages. Everybody died. They were all killed by someone. It seemed like he was having PTSD. Didn't make a lot of sense. And then his family was killed. Oh. They said he did it, actually, that he snapped and he killed his family. He was let go, wanted, by the authorities. I had another agent who also snapped and killed people. So strange, because none of them seemed like the type that would, Archangel's quite dangerous. He certainly has and could kill people. It didn't seem like the type that would kill his family. I remember looking into it. They were no longer, and he stops, no longer my client, no longer my patients. But I thought it was odd, so I was looking into it. I remember that. I was looking into it. Yes, I was. So many clients with burning things down, snapping in ways that didn't seem as part of their pattern.
More than.
By the way, I should just note that they suspect that you burned down your apartment. Just thought I'd let you know.
More than those two.
I just want you to know, in the paper, well, there were a couple. Some of them are no longer, I haven't seen them in a while. They haven't come visited me. Some of them. There are 4. You are the third that I still treat. What is this about a boat? Catherine. I don't remember that. I remember we're still here in D.C., still having clients, and tonight I'm going to go home to my husband and daughter. It feels like a long time since I've seen them, but it must have been just a day.
Have any of them come back since they found out who was framing them?
Well, um, well, I still see you and Archangel, Prometheus, and the fourth, Winter. Not the code name, of course. That's just what we still meet regularly. Still to talk over there. Tell me. Think back for a moment. Imagine the smell of the woman in the boat. What did she smell like?
I don't think I was ever close enough to smell her.
This other woman, you said, the other blonde woman, what did she smell like?
I've never been close enough to smell her either.
I don't think that's true. I think you have to concentrate on it. Concentrate on what they smell like.
I'll come back afterwards. And
Wait.
I'll sit back and I'll concentrate on the smell.
There's a smell. It's like a perfume. It smells of lilies. Of iron. A metallic smell. Blood, probably. Lilies. Something, maybe jasmine. And you smelled it on the woman in the boat. We're very far away, but now that you concentrate, you smell it. Actually, you smelled it also on him, the blonde man, but not as strong as on her. And now that you think about it, you smelled it on Olga. But with her, it's just the faintest touch. So light, like you could almost not sense it at all. Very faint. But now that you concentrate on it, you smell it. Let's see. I'm going to need this. I need. That's not it. Where is it? Yes. Let me grab this for a moment. Yeah. Come here. Choose. I need a. Here you go. You have a present.
Let me throw this.
Yeah, let me just get some text for you right here. Yeah. And to be quite fitting, I will say, it's sort of like that sort of lilies and magnolia and blood. And that's a little bit too big. It also should be bold, and we'll make it 22, I think. Let's go there. Good. That's going to be it. Scent of magnolia.
And blood.
And blood. This right here is a shadow problem. Please increase your shadow by 1.
All right. It is up to 2.
It is. They are 3 different intensities of smell, but it's the same smell. Now that you think about it. Oh, I thought I grouped it. Oh, well, let me get this back. Oh, yeah, no, hold on. Let me ungroup and then put it back there. Wow. There we go. And then group it again. There we go. Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll get it back.
it's okay. Let me just put it here. That's where it's going to be, and you could just move it over there.
Just there you go. There you go. And then I'll make a full card for you later.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes, but it's very distinctly for you, like a super overpowering smell with that woman. Now that you think about it, and then a strong but less strong smell from the blonde guy, and with Olga, it's just like the lightest breeze.
Oh, Olga. Okay. And as I imagine that, as I'm thinking that, I leave the therapist's office.
Where are you? And then the minute you leave, his words are cut off, and you're back at that cafe having lunch.
I take a second to take a good old whiff around me.
No. No scent of lilies, magnolia, or blood. I'm sorry. I lied to you. There is a very, very faint smell. That smell, there is a very, very faint, much fainter than Olga. It's on you.
I take a second and I smell the side where I was sitting next to Nina. To see if like, it smells on that side of the jacket.
No.
I smell the other side of the jacket to see if it's on that, if it smells the same of nothing.
No. You think it's coming from your skin.
That's unsettling. That's an unsettling thing to say, and I just want you to know that before I continue on. And I like I take a second, I smell my hand.
The more you concentrate, it is so faint. Like you walked by somebody who had a lot of perfume on and just a little bit of it lingered on you. Very faint. It makes you feel a little sick.
I don't understand.
Dizzy.
Loki,
sure
I mean, I do. PB understands. Loki
I'm sure it's fine.
Doesn't understand.
I'm sure it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it.
It's all wildly unsettling. It's always unsettling going to visit the doctor.
Yes. You've been
even
seeing
more
him for
so,
a year now.
It doesn't make me feel any better.
At least that's what
a
he
lady,
said.
A lady is Scotty. I remember a Scotty because I didn't know how to spell it the first time either. I wrote it down. But I don't remember when I heard it.
I think the blonde man said something about it when he was picking up your doctor friend.
Interesting.
He was going to take him to her,
Lady Scotty.
Mm. Mm.
I don't know what to do with that information. So,
Mm. Mm.
I'm going to finish up my food.
Mm.
I'm gonna throw it away.
Mm.
I'm going to walk out.
Mm.
Catch a crowd.
Mm.
Take off my jacket, throw it away.
Mm-hmm. The smell still.
And then continue on, and head towards the university where, what's his face works.
Dr. Morozov.
Yeah, Dr. Morozov.
When you speak to the administrator, like the secretary, the receptionist, she says,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dr. Morozov, his contract has been terminated, effective immediately. He no longer works for us. We don't know where he is.
I had a class with him. What am I supposed to do now?
He is no longer employed with us. We are no longer interested in Dr. Morozov. Do you need something from him?
I guess his knowledge. I'm studying to be a doctor. I want to be a blood doctor.
There's
I don't
no
remember.
point
I wouldn't say it.
working
I
with
would say
him.
the word for it.
Yeah. There's no point working with him.
Hematologist.
He is
Then
no longer employed. I'm sure there'll be a new professor assigned to your class. Someone better. I hope he does not have any of your materials.
Aside from the money you paid him for my tuition, no.
We'll have a replacement for your class.
And what about my time? And I just start walking off. Like, oh, fucking, fucking schools, they're all the same everywhere. I should have gone to Oxford like my mother told me. That would have been better to be a doctor. John Hopkins in America. But no, go to a school in Russia. Oh, gosh, suka.
Yeah, they got rid of him. That's you're like, oh,
that's not great. But I do have his apartment number.
You do.
And that's where I start heading.
Okay. His apartment. He lives in a small townhouse, in an old district of the city. And when you arrive, it's probably now like what, 2 or 3. There is no movement inside. The house looks deserted. I
am like real on edge for various reasons, not just because of what like Nina said, but like everything's kind of like culminating in a real weird way. And I'm getting that like intuition of just like, I wasn't in danger before. It doesn't matter they don't know who I am now. I feel like no matter who I am, I'm in danger. If I'm close enough proximity to any of these 3 last people I need to go investigate. So like that's like the hairs behind my neck are starting to raise up. So I'm approaching this with a lot of like the most spy I can be here.
Yeah. I will note that
like,
there are neighbors, right? People often keep to themselves, but you have questioned neighbors in various neighborhoods before. Right? Olga's neighborhood, you question people. Like you've done your due diligence. I will note it. But there are neighbors here in this place.
I am I'm like scoping the whole. I'm assuming it's a house.
It is a house.
I'm scoping the house before I even like approach the house and show it like that's my interest. I'm scoping it out. I'm looking for exit. Is there a back door? What's the fence like? two stories, one story where the windows where I can see them, curtains, no curtains, like that sort of deal.
2 stories, attic, maybe a basement, but not that you can tell. Maybe not. Yeah, 2 stories, an attic. Nice. It's a nice place. But
It was.
there you can see that the mail has piled up, right?
Mm.
From just being on the outside, the mail has piled up, so nobody's picked up the mail in a while. Still pretty early, so no lights would be on yet. But yes, it looks like he hasn't been home in a while. Maybe a week or so.
Classic. I am going to
Maybe a little longer, maybe a week.
I'm gonna grab one of the flyers that I have in my book bag. And I'm just gonna grab what looks like a sack of flyers. It's really 2 flyers and just a bunch of papers underneath it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna knock on the neighbor's door.
And like you wait a little bit, and then a young guy comes to the door. He is wearing like an American tracksuit. This is Nike. And he has got like a baseball cap tipped slightly to the side. It's all very expensive, so you figure he is probably the kid of some people with some money. Maybe not like a whole lot of money, but this seems like the kind of neighborhood where people might travel, might have more, like, be a bit more cosmopolitan and worldly. And this kid is like, you're guessing 18-ish?
Hello. I am here to speak to the head of the household. I am assuming you are them.
He takes off his little iPad, his little iPods, and he's like, what? Oh, and he goes back into Russian. And like his English, by the way, was super accented. It wasn't very good, this little what, but I think he's trying to show off how worldly he is. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah, of course. I am assuming you are the head of the house.
Yeah. No. No.
Oh, well, this is very good then. I am here to speak about what is your water quality like here in this house?
It's crap. I also only drink Dasani. So, how do I know?
It is very true, but you have to shower.
Yes. It's hard.
It's very hard, yes. And that is why I'm here. I am here with interested parties talking about water softeners. I am sure you're familiar. You seem very informed.
Yes, I do with the laundry softeners all the time.
It works in a similar way where your clothes feel nice. This makes the water feel nice. It makes it not feel so gross on your skin.
Am I supposed
almost
to
like
sign like something? Like, do you want me to sign like a petition or something?
No, today it is just here. Let me give you this flyer. It's a flyer about water softeners, I guess. I'm
watching the Jersey Shore right now, so is this going to take long?
No. It is just, let me give you, watching the Jersey Shore. I'm just giving you the, this just for interested parties. If anyone is interested, if you're interested in softer water,
Sure.
that is very good.
Okay.
What is up with your neighbor? I was going to stop by, but no one was there, and it seems that.
And like he gives this face like, oh man, drama. Like he gives you that face like a person who watches a lot of reality TV. You just asked about some drama, and now he's kind of like, oh, like It's like he's very excited about the drama. You can tell. It's like you have just asked him about like the neighbors who are always featured on like Cops or something, and you can tell
Yeah?
he's like very excited about this. It's his own little reality show situation, you know, and he's very excited and he's like, "Phew, I'm telling you." And then he's throwing in like English slang, but some of it isn't actually English slang. Uh, I'm telling you, Bronco, it was crazy. It was crazy. It
What
was
happened?
it was off the phone, you know? Off the phone. Like police and everything. It's wild. I mean,
Police.
yeah, you know, we don't this guy, he's like a six eyes, you know, like a six eyes, like a professor type. Super like quiet all the time. It was super like never talks to nobody, just like always looking over his shoulder, like paranoid. Like I sometimes like to throw things at his house and he freaks out. Yes. I saw like a man like leaving his house like in the middle of the night a few weeks ago. Uh Real strange because he didn't normally have like visitors, you know, because he was a loser. He didn't win any of the games, but like it's like a man sort of gray, brown hair, graying a little bit, and he describes Harry Coleman to you. Uh,
Oh,
like left, but that is boring. I mean, it's a little interesting. Like maybe he was having an affair with this man, you know, like
yeah.
like in the movies or something. But here's what was super interesting. Like 2 weeks ago, there was like some sort of fight over at this place. It was just off the phone. It was like there was like shouting and like a gunshot like in the movies, and then there was this scream, and I'm not making up, it was heroin. It was just cocaine is what it was. That, if you don't know, is American for cool. Or
Oh, okay, okay,
crazy.
okay.
Yes, it was totally cocaine. And like there was like big scream, and then like the police came. I called the police. I thought it would be funny. And like the police came and like they said there was no Morozov. He wasn't even there, but just and like it wasn't in the papers or anything. I was looking in the papers because I was thinking that like I'd maybe be interviewed for the papers and then I'd be like in the
Mm,
papers and people could see me. That'd be so cocaine. But they didn't. There was no media. I haven't seen him since then. It's been like 2 weeks.
wow. Then
I know.
in jail, probably.
You think so? But like the police didn't seem. Anyway, look, I'm just saying it was like um it was totally Scooby Doo. It was cocaine. And like I was like off the phone the whole time, but because I wasn't even scared by the shooting, I was like not even worried by the screaming or nothing like this. So
Oh,
I was like very, very hard about.
very hard, but was
I was very
the
hard about.
was there another person with with him? Was it like
I
a
don't
girl
know.
scream? Was it a man scream?
It was very strange. I couldn't tell. It was just like freaking out. It was the total freak out scream. It was very, very strange. And like I didn't even see anyone.
Wow.
It was just like the strange scream, like very strange gunshot. And then I called the mailman. That's slang for the police. That's what they say
Mm,
in the America.
mm.
I called the mailman and they came, but there was nobody there. It's totally Scooby Doo.
Wow.
Mm.
Totally Scooby Doo. Oh,
Mm.
that's so interesting. And right next door, too. Like
I
a TV
know it
show.
was right next door. I thought we'd have the press come, but like Pravda didn't come. Nobody came, and I was ready to be interviewed. I don't know. And he says, "1 moment," and he rushes off, and he comes back, and he pulls out like this kind of slightly tacky gold chain. He puts it on. Look, I was ready to be interviewed with my gold chain and everything.
Wow, I cannot believe they didn't come. You
I
would have been such a
know.
good person to interview.
I know. I was thinking maybe if I was interviewed, then I could be put on like reality TV. I'd be very good for reality
Oh.
TV. Look, and he shows he's got abs because also he's 18, so of course he has abs. He's like, look, I've got abs. I could be on the show like The Situation. The Situation is from an American TV show. It's called The Jersey Shore. It's very popular, and you may not know it, but I know it because
Mm.
I get to see shows from outside of Russia.
Oh, very, very cool.
Do you like
Oh,
my bling?
you should. I do. It's very shiny and big. You should audition for that Russian show they're going to do, the reality one.
Oh, my parents won't let me yet.
I mean, you're the head of the house. What do you mean?
Nothing. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll do the Russian show. It's won't be as good as like being an American show or like I want to be in
You
Love
get it.
Island. This is one is British. It's Love Island, and all sorts of hot people go onto island, and then they make the chatbot with each other, and they're making the flirting, and they have the banner. They've got good banner, and I've got good banner. I could flirt with all the people. I'd be so good at that show, The Love Island.
Oh, well, you start on the Russian one and then talk to the people there and be like, you know what would be good? A Russian Love Island.
Hey,
And
hey,
then you'd have.
wait, wait. And he rushes off, and he comes back, and he brings out a cassette tape. I make beats. I make ill beats. They're full of cold and pneumonia beats, these beats. You should listen. I'm like real professional, almost DJ with my pneumonia beats. You should try it.
Oh, well, I cannot wait to listen to these. It'll be really good, especially when you're on that show. I'll say, I met that boy.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna
good
go
luck with
finish
your
watching
Jersey
the.
Shore.
Yes, yes, yes. Right now, the Snooki is mad at the JWoww because one of them, I think, is like stealing the boyfriend of another one. I don't know. It's a little unclear to me, but they make the laundry. I'm gonna go find out.
Okay, have fun.
Oh, wait,
Thank
wait,
you.
wait. And he goes and just puts his signature on your your soft water flyer because he feels it's like it's probably some kind of like he figures it must be some kind of petition. And then he goes with his playing. It's gold plated and shuts the door behind him.
And I just like stand there for a second, just like really observing, like, wow, this is the youth, huh?
Yeah.
And then I and then I about face and I continue walking down away from the house as if I'd like just come from the house, going down. And I just keep going and going until I leave the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming I'm more in like a suburban area.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna take this opportunity to kind of enter some woodedy area. I'm trying very hard to shake anybody who might be tailing me, anyone who might be looking for me at me, who might have some sort of idea of what maybe I look like. So I'm doing my best to do that as I'm going through like the more wooded locations. I wouldn't call them forests, but like kind of like the
like lawns and like kind of like hedgerows and that kind of stuff.
yeah. And like I walk off like the sidewalk in and like go through the shortcuts in between the those locations. Not crossing any yards because I don't want any ring cameras or surveillance to catch me. So I'm taking broad strokes around all of that. And then I end up back in the city.
I have a question for you though.
Yes.
Did you want to break into Morozov's home? If he has secrets, they're probably going to be there.
I know, but I have to hedge my bets. I would like to know. I would really like to know.
Because something happened there
but
2 weeks ago.
But I have two choices right now, Trooper. either I go to Morozov and I discover what's happening there and then catch whatever heat I catch from that, because obviously it's if police didn't come, that means this is either FSB or this third party, and I'm guessing third party, and I don't know how they operate, and that makes me nervous, which is why I'm being extra careful leaving this area.
But the place does seem empty right now. It's been 2 weeks.
Or I could go interrogate Olga, which I feel is going to catch the same amount of heat from, you call it shadow, I call it third party terrorist group.
Could be third party terrorist group, that is true.
So for me, I'm thinking
I will note that you do have a good cover as the person who's canvassing.
I do.
Just gonna note it. And you're there.
I am there.
Just noting it.
Yeah, I'll go. Fine, you convinced me. I'll go. I'll do it.
You're already there, you know? Just saying.
I'll do it. I'll go.
You can just check.
I go minutes. Over. Yeah, in the quick in and out, she says. So yeah, I'll go over. And I knock on the door. Pretend I'm there waiting for somebody. Knock on the door again. Safer in a normal time because I am a door-to-door salesman. I don't know if they have those in Russia, but I'm going to pretend we do.
Sure.
And so I'm going to say they're like the uncomfortable.
Always have what do you call them? Multi-level marketing schemes. Always.
Yeah. So I'm just going to wait there in an uncomfortably long time and then like go for a third knock afterwards. You know, we all know. And when I stand there for a while, I'll like look in my bag for like a piece of Scotch tape to tape it on their door, or like I try to like jam it in if I can't get it.
Yeah.
And as I'm trying to jam it in, I'm checking the door to see if it's locked or unlocked.
It is not. It is not locked.
So I'm going to pretend that it goes in, like it wasn't closed ever. It was just haphazardly there. So I push it in. And I take a quick scope as I open the door before I pretend like, oh my God, it was open. Oh no. I take a quick look around, noting for any back doors. What kind of door it is.
So, give me what skills you'd like to be using right about now.
I would like to be using, I guess it would be, would it be like an urban survival? For like, what would we consider urban survival in this?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to break in, right? I'm trying to break into this house, but I don't want to go in through the front door.
It's unlocked. You can walk right just in. It is not
locked. But people are obviously looking at this house.
Sure.
So I want to not go in the front door and be seen as this cover.
By the way, it is not normal for the door to be unlocked, by the way.
Oh, I know. Which is why I'm going to be like, oh, how no. Someone forgot to close the door, and now I'm the one who's going to be looking like I'm breaking in. So I'm going to like very hurriedly walk away, and then I'm going to come back around and try to break in through the back.
Also not locked.
Also not locked. Okay. I just wanted to see what it, if it was like one of those doors with like the wooden door jamb, the one of the sliding ones. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't there.
Not locked.
But so I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna like try to put the thing in, and then like I can't jam it in, so I put a little pressure on the door and it opens, and I'm like, oh no, and I'm gonna be like looking around, and I'm gonna close the door, and I'm just gonna paste the thing there. I'm gonna like put my hands in my pockets, and I'm just gonna walk away really awkwardly, very quickly down the road. And then after like I'd say like I walk down the block like embarrassed looking. I take the corner, and then I go through the alleyway or the fences between the houses, so I can and
Yeah.
the back behind the house. And I'm gonna break in through the back, aka just walk in because the door's not.
The door's not locked. We are going to go to break really soon, by the way.
Ooh.
So, tell me about the skills you'd like to use as you are hanging out and going through this house. I will note the there we go. The apartment, the house, on first glance, looks like it has been hastily cleared out
Mhm.
professionally. There are ashes in the grate of the fireplace, suggesting somebody probably burned documents and then stirred the remains so you couldn't find out what's going on. That's like the big obvious thing. Like, looks like things have been cleared out. But tell me what skills you'd like to bring to bear.
I'm going to do notice. I'm going to do any data recovery I can here. I'm going to be doing tradecraft. That wouldn't count. I wouldn't consider this high society. He's like a upper middle class. And I'll probably do I would be kind of more like tradecraft, but I'd like to combine like bureaucracy, tradecraft, to see if there's anything like order of operations. Did they get everything, or was this how messy was this? So that's what I'm going to be doing. And if like cryptography comes up as I'm looking through this cryptography, but I'm assuming data recovery will let me know.
Yeah. So tradecraft tells you especially that it looks like fingerprints were cleaned, right? So it looks like evidence, like somebody cleaned evidence of this place, but it looks like they were doing it in a hurry, right? It looks like there was some kind of big rush to clean up the evidence, any kind of like fingerprints, that kind of stuff. You notice a bullet hole in the wall that was hastily filled in with plaster. So if you remember that big scream that they talked about, the gunshot, the scream, it looks like somebody did some kind of cleanup afterwards, after that moment. Your tradecraft would tell you that it looks like somebody smuggled him out of this place, that something happened and then he was smuggled out. Could have been Coleman, could have been FSB, but it looks like something happened and very, very quickly he was like spirited out of that place. You also find like, you're not finding any kind of like medical documents or anything like that. It looks like all the kind of important stuff or things that people would think of as being important are gone or burned, destroyed. There's just some photographs from the 80s, kind of like in a set of drawers, right? In one of his drawers, there's just like some photographs from the 80s.
The 80s. I will. I just
about him?
to know. Yeah, just to note, I am wearing some black gloves, some black like throwawayable gloves.
Sure.
Basically latex, but not latex. And I am. That's what I'm using to like go over everything. Not leaving any of my fingerprints anywhere. I put them on as I was walking. I grab anything that was like left behind in locations where someone would put things of note. I am grabbing. So like those photographs I'm picking up. I'm looking at
Do you want me to tell you about him? Do you want to know? Do you want to know about the photographs? Do you want to know?
I do want to know.
Do you?
I do want to know. I do want to know.
Well, they're probably from the mid 80s. Who doesn't love the mid 80s? And you can see a much younger looking Morozov. And he is Um, there we go. It's that top image there for you. And he's like younger, right? And he's with some other folks, and some of the people there are wearing. In some of these photographs, you can see him and he's wearing a lab coat, and some of them he's wearing like a biohazard suit, full-on biohazard suit. And then others, he's hanging out with coworkers, and they're hanging out in the woods, right? So they're in some sort of a forest, and they're sort of hanging out and like smiling, and then like sometimes you can see him and he's like looking up at from a lab in a lab coat, or he's in a biohazard suit. And then there's another photograph. We're gonna go to break now. That shows a young couple with a baby, and the young couple is your parents. And on the back, it says Rozhkova, 3586. And it's your parents. And I feel like with that, we're going to go to break. We're going to go to break. We're going to take a little 10-minute break, stretch our legs, drink some water. Looks like your parents are also Russian scientists named Rozhkova. You know what? I wouldn't worry about it. We're gonna go take a break. We'll take a quick 10-minute break, and when we get back, we'll just find out how our agent is going to respond to that. That's it. We're gonna go on break, everybody. Be right back. Hello, everyone. We are back. I hope you all had a lovely break. I know I did, because I was laughing the entire time with glee. When last we left off, our protagonist, Loki, decided since she was there anyway, she would go and search the scientist's house. And she found some things. She found some evidence that there was some kind of gunshot, and afterwards there was a quick, hasty cleanup. Stuff was destroyed, but there were some things that were not destroyed. Some photographs of Morozov when he was younger in the 80s. Him hanging out with colleagues and coworkers, hanging out in the woods somewhere in a forest, and wearing a hazmat suit and wearing like a lab coat. And then there was also this photograph of this couple. The woman seemed to have been a fellow scientist, and the man seemed to have been some kind of maybe security. And they were friends with this Morozov. And there's a photograph of them with a baby that says, Rozhkova, 1986. And, this nice couple happened to also be Loki's parents. So I have a present for you. I have given you 2 edges as a present.
Oh. All right, let's see. Our first card, everyone. Clue, the Rozhkova photograph. A photo of 2 scientists and their infant child. On the back, it says, Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a line. On the back it says Rozhkova. I thought it said on the back it says, who are these people? I was like, I'd love to know that too. On the back it says Rozhkova and a date in
That's
1984.
That's 86.
86.
I mistyped.
Who are these people? And why does the man look exactly like your father? Is it my father? Is it my mother? Who also coincidentally looks very similar to my mother. Okay. And our other edge is the Morozov question. Morozov's disappearance is definitely connected to Coleman. You're on the right track. Discard to gain a bonus push when I find Morozov. Oh.
So, my friend, you are in this man's apartment. This man who was doing some kind of secret work somewhere, we don't know where, doing what, who knows, in the 80s, and then something really bad happened. His wife died, it seems, in 87. You do see him with a woman who's also a scientist. His wife died in 87, and then he was doing kind of crappy stuff since then, you know, not really particularly interesting sorts of work since then, sort of in disgrace. I don't know what your parents are doing in a photograph named Rozhkova. That's interesting. Since your parents, I'm pretty sure you told me exactly where they were born.
Yeah, to the location. If I could have done the hospital, I would have figured it out also.
Do you know what's funny? Do you
Hey, what's funny?
I remember it was a long time ago. You and I were hanging out in episode 1 or episode 2. We were just hanging out. It was probably episode 2. It was last week is what it was. And you were wanting to find out about Nina Rozhkova. And I told you some things about Nina Rozhkova, including...
she grew up with her aunt?
That is correct. That is correct. Anyway, so what you doing?
I am
these interesting photographs.
Grabbing these photographs. I look at them. I almost drop them in shock, but I'm a professional, so I don't. I put them in a pocket on my person, and I shake it off, and I keep going through the house. I look for any books. I'm looking for a shelf. Looks wildly similar, I think, to what we see in your background, something like that in his household. As an academic himself, I'm assuming he would have such a thing.
Absolutely. In his study, huge rack of books full of medical books, like a lot of medical textbooks, medical books. There are a couple of things missing, probably burned or taken.
I'm looking old. I'm looking for like maybe an encyclopedia that's old, maybe a
Absolutely.
like a special edition, something that's old. I'm looking for older things. This is going to hurt some feelings. I'm looking for something old, something that could be like from the 80s. Apologies for calling that old.
If you're looking at your data analysis, right? What you've got is, it looks like up until then, he was very, very active and like really on top of things, cutting edge work, all that sort of stuff is there. And then it looks like there's a gap, and it doesn't really look like he's very... His stuff isn't really updated since then, like mostly like some school textbooks. It looks like whatever happened somewhere in the 80s, whatever that thing was, really sort of didn't really seem to do a lot since then. But before then, like the most interesting cutting edge stuff is like, it's all there, right? Like really interesting stuff, really broad, all sorts of stuff on chemistry, biochemistry, blood, all sorts of stuff. And then nothing really. I mean, he's still keeping up vaguely, but not, you know.
Yeah, since his wife died in 87. All right. Then from
It's
this,
weird
I'm
though, huh?
gonna use my notice
Mhm.
to look for either from both the book that looks the most like he takes it out, and also then looking for the book it looks like he hasn't touched in a long time, like the dustiest.
Yeah. You get the sense that he um all right. So it looks to you like he's not touched any of his oldest stuff at all, like since then,
Mhm.
except there are a couple of volumes missing from the old section. There's nothing missing from the new section. There are a couple of volumes missing from the old section. Um,
Mhm.
and they might not have been volumes. It might have been like file folders, right? Just from kind of
Yeah.
looking at how the dust pattern settles. So it looks like there was some stuff that was taken, maybe taken with, because looks like something spooked him, obviously.
I'm going to remove the books around where he pulled those out to see if there's
Yeah.
anything that fell out, or anything that might have been left behind, because he's not going to come back to pick up anything
Yeah.
if it fell out of the file folder, if it was a file folder.
Yeah. When you look in the back, there is just one last photograph of him, your mother, your father, some other people in biohazmat suits standing on the edge of a lake, and in the middle of the lake there is a forested island. And they're standing on the other side, on the shore side of the lake. And they are sort of looking at the camera, and Morozov is waving, and they've got like they've got their helmets off for the hazmat suits, um, and you can kind of see like a little like a like a boathouse that would take you over on into the island, and they're kind of standing there waving at the camera.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in the same spot. It was I put the other photos.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna give another quick glance at the books because I don't want to stay here too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to see if there's any words that stand out to me from Morozov's research from before, like anything
Yeah.
about pluripotent, um,
Um,
plurifocalin. What was it called?
uh,
Plurodeclin. There we go.
yes. It is certainly, that is like, there's a number of things about blood chemicals and chemistry, and certainly that is listed in there.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can find it in, it is not like it's not going to be there. It seems as if that is a thing that he worked on,
So
worked
I'm
with.
gonna grab that, and I am gonna throw that in my book bag where I had like
Hmm.
the two flyers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna glance at his like desk. I'm assuming it's
Mm-hmm.
like turned over.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do a quick glance under it, see if there's anything taped under it,
Mm-hmm. No.
that wasn't seen before.
Mm-mm.
Gonna do a quick knock in like the typical spots I've seen, a
Mm-hmm.
hollow, to see if
Yeah.
there's a hollow.
No, it doesn't look to you like he's particularly spy-y. And considering
Hmm.
that some of the things that were missing were on the bookshelves themselves, and these photographs
Yeah.
you found were in one of the drawers of the desk that's tipped over, it doesn't look to you like he was very spycrafty. Probably ignored and by himself, and not thought of as important in certain ways. And so he never really thought, it doesn't seem, to put these things somewhere secret or safe. Um,
Okay. Then
yeah.
I'll head to his bedroom and I'm going to look
Mm-hmm.
on his nightstand.
Yeah.
And then under his bed for
Yeah.
any files, any books, anything that could have fallen and
Mm-hmm.
been left behind. behind the nightstand because I know no one ever checks there.
Yeah. There's a photograph of
Clean
him,
behind your
him and
nightstand.
his wife in 1985.
Is she
Very
familiar?
happy. No. Oh, well, you've seen her in some of the other photographs.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the picture where they were all standing in the biohazard suits? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So she was also a scientist?
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. That is correct.
Okay. And she does not look familiar. Okay.
Mm-mm.
I do that. I do that little investigation. I look
The
like
second
on the
floor,
coffee
bedroom.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bedrooms. Anywhere I think like an old man who's just like over life would like leave stuff or like hang out for a while.
Maybe the attic?
Yeah, sure. I'll go check the attic. I forgot there was one.
Oh yeah, there is one.
Also,
would you like a sense trouble test?
I don't like that. I don't like that. That's a question you asked me. It's a 5.
It's a 5. Mm-hmm. It's a 5 to advance.
All right.
Now, you do have 2 edges. Well, you have one edge that will help you. You can just ditch that in order to succeed, but you don't necessarily have to.
But it's a 5. I mean, what are the chances I miss a 5? No, tell me, is it cheating if I say I want to do the thing to try and get a push?
Absolutely. That's not cheating at all.
I like that you said absolutely first.
That's absolutely legit.
Then I'm going to do that.
So you have 2 dice in your sense trouble. Click off sense trouble so that you only have 1 dice left because you're going to spend both of them for this roll. And roll your first die.
All right. Rolling the dice.
A 4.
A 4.
So, if you hit you need to roll 1 more die, and you will make it, but you will not get a push because you won't have any dice left over.
Okay. This over here.
A 1. 5 exactly. So, you are heading up towards the attic. In this place, this house that is completely empty and quiet and probably has been for at least 2 weeks. And then you hear something moving in the attic. Something like maybe a person. Because you advanced, if you have a choice, because you advanced, this is your choice. If you decide that you want to go into the attic, you will get a bonus die on any kind of challenge that you might need to make up there. So, whatever it might be. Or you can sneak out without finding out what's up there or who's up there. But someone is probably hiding up there.
I am going to what's the best approach to this? Which side of the house is facing the side with the Jersey Shore boy?
The front side. The front side of the house.
The front side of the house? I would like to grab something.
Mm.
And I would like
Like a
to
fire poker? Something like that?
No. I would like to grab some sort of like I would say a what's something light but also heavy. It's a riddle.
My
I'm gonna
soul.
grab I'm gonna grab a pillow or something.
Sure.
Something that wouldn't make like a loud thud on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I want to throw it against the wall where the
You
kids'
hear the
house
sound?
is.
Oh, the kids' house is. Okay.
Yeah, from the
Mm-hmm.
kids' houses.
Yeah.
As if he were throwing something at the house, like he
Oh,
described doing.
yeah. Yeah.
And when I do that, if it's at the
Mm.
front of the house, I'm assuming
Mm.
he's an athletic young kid. He probably throws it
Yeah.
at the second floor of the house.
Yeah.
Um,
Because it's fun.
yeah, and there's probably like a bedroom up there, so I'm
Yep.
going to throw the
Which is where
pillow.
the entry to the attic is.
I'm gonna throw the pillow, or I'm gonna prepare the closet first for me to be able to slip in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw the pillow in such a way that it's not obviously like if you look through the doorway, you're not gonna be like, oh, a pillow.
Yeah.
So it's somewhere where it like falls behind. I want to
Mm-hmm.
see, and my intention in this is I want to see if this person is used to that noise.
Mm-hmm.
Of something being thrown here. Because if that's something that kid does often,
Yeah.
then someone who's been in this
Yeah.
house would know that is a thing. If they react
Mm-hmm.
in more of a, because I know
Mm-hmm.
Morozov act paranoid.
Yes. He did.
But if
Mm-hmm.
someone was trapped in this house with
Mm-hmm.
Morozov this entire time,
Mm-hmm.
they would be accustomed to it, but not react in the
Mm.
same way.
Yeah.
Not in not in like a scrambled, like, oh my God, what was that? But more in
Yeah.
like a chill way.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if they react like a normal person, just like, what was that noise? Like Morozov would.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm taking account of which one of those. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm preparing inside the closet.
Yeah.
I'm preparing to just listen for that up above in the attic.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna prepare myself, worst case scenario, bad guy.
Right.
With I don't know. I would assume I have a gun, but like I don't want to shoot a gun, so I'll have like a
Well, you would have to have gotten a gun in country, right? You wouldn't be able to take one with you across state lines. You need to like get a contact to get you a gun, because that's like a
a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to take one of the large books
Mm-hmm.
from the library that I've been looking at, and I'm gonna stack a couple of those, like just bring them and stack them there so I have some ammunition if need be. And so I'm going to throw the pillow to try and emulate that thud as if something's hitting the outside of the house.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna scurry into the closet to listen to the best of my ability.
When you throw this, there's like a pause, and then you hear this movement again. But as you're listening very carefully, the movement sounds heavy, like a person, not like a raccoon or something like that. But it also sounds slow. More shuffly than steppy, like maybe labored, like a scoot, maybe. Could be injured, something like that, perhaps.
Scooting in what direction?
Opposite direction of the sound of the thud.
So not going to
Mm-mm.
towards where I saw like a window towards the attic.
The windows are super small. They're like, there's like only like a tiny one. You're thinking more like towards a corner, right? Like
Okay.
scooting towards, thinking about like the house layout. You're thinking probably
Yeah.
towards a corner of the attic. That's the vibe you're getting.
Okay, so away from the entrance of the attic, into a corner,
Mm-hmm.
probably into
Mm-hmm.
a location where they can see me, but I can't see them. If
Probably,
someone
yeah.
were to come up the attic.
Yeah. It doesn't really look like there's a lot of light going into that attic. Maybe a little bit. So
Yeah.
like, if you're gonna guess, probably like at a, trying to stay hidden.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't seem confrontational, but doesn't seem like but it seems like they could be prepared if someone confronted them. Okay.
But from where the entrance is, right? The entrance to the attic, which is in the bedroom, it sounds like they're at the like farthest away they can be, right? From that place.
Okay. With that knowledge in mind, then I am going to open the attic and make my way up.
It's dark in there. There's just a little bit of light coming from the two small, like little round windows on either side of the house. So just like little thin beams of light as we are. It's probably like four-ish. It's sort of getting a little bit darker as you step into this dark attic.
Before I
With your
step into
heavy
the attic, I
books.
would look for like a light. If there's any like hanging light, well, I can see up with the light from down below. I try to see if there's a hanging light that I can just go.
There is.
So that when I go up, I go with the intention of that, and I do.
Yeah.
Is it in the direction towards the corner? I heard the shuffling.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm gonna do like the quick glance over it as I'm going over just to see if I see the glint of a gun or anything like that. Because there was a gunshot, so I am
There was a
wary.
gunshot.
But I'm concerned this is the person who screamed. So that's where my head is at. Just so chat knows. So as I'm going over to like click on the light, I'm not making it obvious that I'm looking at that corner, but I
Yeah.
am keeping an eye out as I glance over.
Yeah.
And I go to see if the light turns on.
It turns on. And it's on your side, so like that's sort of like in a bit of the far end, but you do get like a soft illumination out there towards the corner.
And so I do a quick once around to see what's in here.
Oh, well, let's start on your end. There are some trunks. There's some old furniture. There looks like a bunch of, probably you're going to guess his wife's clothing, right? Lots and lots of his wife's. Sorry, he's very upset. A lot of his wife's clothing in storage. I mean, it's it's true. That's just he lost his wife in a way that I know about that you don't, and he never got over it. And maybe you'll find out one day. Anyhow, so like a lot of these sorts of things, right? And like childhood memory, like let's just just right. And then there's like an old bicycle, right? And that's right. And then sweeping around, and then in the corner, there is a how do I describe this? Huddled in the corner, right? Like really just like curled up and huddled. You see a rotted corpse. The rotted corpse has got like milky white eyes just staring blindly as if there's nothing there. There's a very recent bullet wound in its chest, though the body looks like it's been dead for way more than 2 weeks. And its flesh is weirdly mottled and discolored. like maybe diseased, and it's leaking some sort of yellowish brown fluid. Like it's a very strange sort of fluid is leaking out of its flesh. And it's wearing some kind of clothing. But the clothing itself is very old and is also in tatters. It is super dirty and muddy and ripped and broken and old and faded. And it looks to you like it could be like a plastic boiler suit or maybe a hazmat suit of some sort. Yeah. Yeah. Hair, if there's any hair left, it's mostly like just little clumps and strands. The rest of the hair must have fallen out a long time ago. And this dead corpse, I guess, is just huddled up in the corner of the attic.
In the corner where I heard something shuffle to?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. In the corner where you heard movement is exactly where this very dead corpse is.
Are they holding any sort of weapon?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. I am going to yeah, this is a thing, huh? It's a thing. What a fucking ridiculous situation Loki has found herself in. I see that, and is there anything else in that corner? Is there like anything, something to be hiding behind? Any like, I don't know, like a knife?
No, it's just huddled up in the corner, this dead corpse, as if it, and then crawled up there
nothing
and
else
died.
Is in that corner.
Nope.
Nothing else is up in that corner. Just that thing. Okay, cool.
Yep.
What's the smell like?
Leaking out of this, like it's like leaking some weird yellowish brownish fluid. It smells rotted. It smells like decay. It smells like the slimy remains of rotted flesh. Was it? I'm sorry. Was it looking at you? No, it's dead. I'm sure it wasn't looking at you.
It doesn't matter if it was looking at me or not. I'm going to be hello? No, it has to be Russian, because otherwise, if this is a Russian dead person, it'll be uncomfortable. Or it could be a person in a disguise. I don't know. We're not going to try and justify this right now. Reality doesn't need to make sense. I just need to know what's happening here. If that's Loki's mind. Hello.
You say that. You speak to it. And as you do, the minute your voice rings out in the empty attic, it flinches. This dead corpse, rotting, diseased corpse flinches. And then it growls like, and it just like, it brings its desiccated arms up, and it sort of like scoots back even deeper into the corner and kind of flaps its arms at you.
So what do I need to roll for like my sanity check on this one, you know?
It's fine.
And that's a 1d100, right?
Yeah. No, it's fine. I don't know why you'd be bothered by that. As this thing with our lovely image there for you. That's what it looks like.
Oh, hi. Okay. Hello. Are
2024, so you're probably thinking about, gosh, could be like 40-year-olds, 40 years old, this corpse.
30, 40 years old?
Hmm.
Are you, can you speak?
And it just sort of like shrinks as if it is. Also, somebody shot it, just side note. There's a very recent gunshot right in its chest.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine.
Sure.
Hello. Привет. I don't mean to. I'm not going to hurt you unless you try to hurt me. I don't know what this is. I don't know if you are in a disguise. It's a very good one if you are. Maybe don't move if you're trying to be a dead body. It doesn't matter. Hello. My name is Alyssa.
And it's like it's shrinking from the light.
I kind of needed to see. Okay. The light, I need to turn off the light. Okay, but if you come and attack me, I'm turning it on again, just so you know. Okay? I turn it off.
And it still seems to be in pain. This thing, person, I guess. And it's still bleeding that strange yellowish brown fluid from the wounds. And the skin itself is also cracked and broken in places. Dry.
I cannot help you if I do not know what is wrong. Do you need assistance? Okay. Oh, I hate that. I'm turning on the light again.
And the eyes are now focused in a way that it wasn't before. And this thing sits up bolt right. And then it goes. And this thick, foul-smelling gas exhales from its lungs. And then, with sort of strange movements, like it goes. You have come to visit me, haven't you? You've come to visit your mother, haven't you? Come to me. Come to me and I will reunite you with your mother. I can smell them on you.
What do you mean? What is your name?
You should come find me. They have given me a name that is not my own. Arrogant humans, mortals, flies, ants, spects, nothing. Servants, you shall come and be my servant. Come visit me and join me. Serve me as all vassals shall serve their master.
Okay, I didn't agree to be in any cult. What are you?
Your mother is waiting for you.
My mother is dead.
Her. No, she's not.
That's
You
the
may
oldest trick in the book,
call
my guy.
me what they call me, Koshai. Come visit me.
That wasn't very productive. You didn't even
And
tell me where
then-
you were.
I'm going to give you something. A present.
Mm-hmm.
Going to give you a present. As, you are feeling your ways. I'm going to let you know that it doesn't really... It doesn't sound the way it used to, as I suppose how I'll put it for you. Let me get this for you. You have a present.
Oh, it used to.
Uh-huh. Like, well, when it was just, like, creeping and, freaking out, you know?
Oh, God.
Before you turn it over,
Mm-hmm.
we're frozen in this moment.
Oh.
You know? As this thing says to you that it is called Koshai, and that you should come visit it, and visit your mother. And that is when, as it says this, right? It lunges at you. We need to make a test now.
Yeah.
I need you to make a fighting test, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
The advanced number is an 11.
Oh,
As this thing, by the way, it moves at you, and it moves towards you in this way that doesn't feel natural at all, right? When you saw it moving before it turned, it was like, it had this kind of like hunched and curled in sort of posture, and was like this, and its movement was very like this. And the minute it sort of got whatever, its movement becomes like weirdly, first off, very, very fast, very fast. It crosses that attic real fast, and it's on you. But it moves like a puppet, like a marionette. It looks like that as it just, this rotting corpse zooms across the hallway for you. You need to make this fighting test, and the number is 11.
Okay.
You may stunt, and there are extra problems available if you need it, but please remember you have an extra bonus dice because you advance on that last test.
True. Oh, man. Okay. I make decision one at a time, right? Okay.
One at a time.
So I get to roll and then decide.
Yes, please.
All right.
As this thing
First
comes,
die?
just a 5 is our first one. I need you to describe this part of the fight. This thing comes just rushing at you like some kind of weird marionette with like its eyes have turned a little bit, the milky eyes have turned a little bit red at this moment, glowing. As it comes rushing at you, claws out, diseased skin, like just oozing this weird liquid at you as it comes, claws forward. Tell me how this goes right now. We're not finished with the fight, but you have a 5.
As it comes at me, I haven't really moved from my location. I walked up the ladder and I turned on the light, and that's been about all my movement up here. So what I'm going to do as it approaches me, I'm going to take advantage that I have the vertical advantage right now. So as it comes at me with unnatural speed,
and weird,
I lean
like
back.
The joints don't work right. You know, it's like it's just all.
Yeah. As it like comes to lunge at me, I don't hop down like to the bottom, but I hop onto the ladder very quickly as I watch it run past me. So I just duck under it essentially by going down the ladder. And that's my first
it
move.
turns. Its like head just like turns and you can see it coming back down towards you. Make your next die roll. You have 2 more left.
All right.
You need an 11.
Oh!
That's a 6. That's a 6. Which means
That's a 6.
you succeeded with a die left over. So you get a push token. You get more, but you have to tell me how you take this creature out.
As it is,
It's coming down.
all I know about this thing, as I've noticed, I've looked it over to try and figure out what the hell, if this was a person in the costume, what was happening here. I make the logical leap of like, okay, let's treat this like a zombie. It's a rotting corpse, it's a zombie. What do I know about zombies? Shambling, rotten. In my head, I'm thinking of all the times I've been sitting undercover doing goon work and trying to figure out how stupid people in zombie movies are and how stupid zombies are because they will just rot away. It's just that easy. Just wait until they decompose. And I'm like, okay, this zombie, the body must be in shambles. So as it approaches me to get towards the ladder, the pullout, with as much might as I can, I just fucking slam that shit straight up, getting assisted with the hinges, I'm assuming it has.
Yep.
And I slam, as soon as it starts coming at me, I slam it, not caring what part of its body may be poking out. And if it doesn't close the first time, I do it again until it closes all the way.
And you just slam it over and over again. And as you do, it begins to it crushes and there's like goo. And you can see the red eyes fade back to the milky white. And the last thing you remember it said before was, "Come visit me and your mother." And as the
before
red
it does
fades
that,
from
I give
its
it the middle
eyes-
finger.
And once the red fades back to the milky eyes, the thing just goes, "Thank you." As it dies. It's a different voice that says thank you as it dies.
Okay. Sure. You said it looked like 30, 40?
30 or 40 years old?
At the point of death. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Probably died. I don't know. Let's just pick a date. Just pick a random date. What do you think? You've got medicine. Oh gosh.
I don't know. Maybe like Mayish.
Sure. Yeah, like 87 maybe.
87-ish, yeah.
Yeah, around, mid 80s probably is when it died.
Mid 80s.
That body.
Hey, does it happen to resemble anybody in that photo? In silhouette?
No, but the suit does. It kind of looks like the suits they were wearing. I mean, this one looks really bad because it's been maybe 30 years or so. But almost 40 actually, yeah. But it looks like those hazmat suits.
Hate that. All right. So I am going to I've made a racket. Oh, go ahead.
I gave you presents.
Oh, thank you. Which one do you want me to open first?
Problem.
All
I'm
right,
going to tell
you
before you flip it, that thing, I do not know how to tell you, but it was possessed by something. When it said, "Come to me," it clearly was it was a remote location. It was not here. That was something else talking through it.
Well, that's a problem for a different day. All right, problem. Vampire. Zombie minions. The vampire has some sort of diseased zombie servants. Possibly lots of them. You may need to be loaded for bear.
but you did get an edge because you
I
advanced.
did.
Mm.
These things can die. Nothing brightens your day like killing a zombie. Discard for a bonus die in any contest with these zombies.
Mm.
Ooh.
Mm.
Okay. I see you.
Mhm.
Can I use this
Mhm.
side for my cards now?
Absolutely. Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Take it.
Because I have
Yeah.
so many.
Yes, you do. So, how are you doing over there in this house where you did some murder of something or other that said thank you, by the way, when you finally killed
I
it?
don't have time to think about that. Maybe
Really?
when I'm
Weird.
walking.
Oh, no, okay.
Because I gotta go. Oh, fucking goddamn! I do it every time.
I'll
It's fine.
fix
Don't
it.
worry
I'll
about it.
fix
It's
it.
fine. I'll fix it. I I made a racket in here, and I already know
Mhm,
that this is a
mhm,
watched house.
mhm,
By
mhm,
the
mhm, mhm,
neighbors. So I have
mhm.
to go. I gotta go. I
Yeah,
have what I
yeah,
came for. I
yeah.
saw what was
Sure.
up there. Nothing of note.
Nothing?
So I
Nope.
gotta go.
Yeah, yeah, you should go.
Um,
Yeah. Hmm.
I'm gonna go out the same way I came in through the back.
Sure.
I did grab one of Morozov's coats.
Yep. Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
like a longer trench
Yeah,
coat.
yeah. Hmm.
And I grab one of his hats and I walk out the back.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
I don't have any hats, but just imagine
Yeah,
like a solid hat.
yeah, yeah,
Nice brim.
yeah.
Um, as I walk out the back, jump the
Mhm.
fence if there is a fence, and
Before you left, I just wanted to
go
ask
for
you
it.
a question before you left. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
what are your skills?
My skills. Thank you for
Your investigative.
asking.
Mm-hmm.
My investigative skills, all of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just give them to me.
I have bullshit detector, bureaucracy, charm, cryptography, data recovery, forgery, high society, interrogation, intimidation, notice, reassurance, research, streetwise, tradecraft, and urban survival.
Mm-hmm. Um, you do not have forensic pathology.
No,
Um,
that's
but
for nerds.
your psychiatrist does. Your psychologist has forensic pathology and diagnosis.
Yeah, they do. I could
Mm-hmm.
talk to them. Not
You
right
could.
now, but I could talk to them.
You might want to get samples of that.
It's already on me. That's why I needed the
That's true.
jacket.
It's true.
Um,
There's goo on
it's
you.
already on. There is goo on me. There might be a finger.
Yeah, yeah. There might be a
I
finger.
just I didn't have time to clean off, and they were above me as I was smashing them, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you
it
smashed them a
wasn't
couple
exactly
times.
yeah, it wasn't exactly a
Yeah,
clean situation.
yeah.
Um,
So you have samples.
so I have samples, unfortunately, literally on my person.
Yeah,
Um, that's why I gotta. Yeah, that's not great. Anyway,
yeah,
I walk out.
yeah.
I leave the
Mm-hmm,
back.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Um,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
in
mm-hmm,
Morozov's large coat
mm-hmm.
and hat,
Yeah,
and I head out. And I take this a similar path as to before.
yeah,
It is about 4 or 5 ish. It's right
yeah.
before people come back from work, so I don't have to
Mm-hmm.
worry about people smelling me. Um,
Point of order. This is very important.
mhm.
When you make your way out, you can hear it. It's loud. It's thumping. It is very mediocre EDM coming out of the house across the street. This may be
Mm.
the worst horror out of all of it.
Oh, that was really the actual torture. That's what the zombie was thanking me about. It was
Yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah,
saving
yeah,
them
yeah.
having to listen to that for
It's sort of
another.
like bro step, sort of. It's
I mean, if they died in the 80s, God knows what they must think about modern music, you know?
yeah, yeah. It was hard for them.
Especially a scientist. Like, ugh.
Yeah, yeah.
um, I can't think Morozov listen to anything. He seems like the depressed type.
Yes.
Um, so that's what the zombie was actually thanking me for. It's like,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you. I don't have to listen to this trash anymore.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh, and indeed, you do make it out. Yep, yep. So, what are you gonna do?
I I go not to the safe house we talked about. I go to a safe house that I was that I know about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I need time to
Sorry.
shower. I need to shower. I need to talk to my guy. And at this very point in time, I do not feel safe doing that outside when I don't know what's happening out while I'm in that space.
Sure.
Because this shit's freaky, man. I don't know.
What?
Also, I just encountered a zombie. I don't know.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Talk about your mom, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I'm doing some real mental gymnastics to try and justify that one away. So yeah, I'm heading to a safe house to shower and I guess collect a specimen off of me, off of the clothing I had. Yeah, that's what
you're
I'm
taking
doing.
time, I take it then.
Yeah, because I have to talk to the doctor, so he's gonna take time. I'm assuming the forensic pathology.
You're taking the move. Take time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which means you can refresh your dice.
Oh, let's go. And so can
it means
they.
other things as well. You're getting your samples.
Taking a nice first shower since I've left the hotel.
You are in the shower. You've taken your samples. You hear something being thrown at your windows.
What time is it?
It's like 5:30ish. And again at your windows. Hit your windows again. And then your window shatters.
I immediately I grab my stuff and I get out of there.
You see broken glass and you see 15 crows dead in the room, the living room.
Hate that. Anyways, I'm leaving. I'm gone.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. Just like
I'm out of here.
All those hits, 15 crows. I don't know where 15 crows came from. That's pretty weird. Huh.
All at once. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna find out. I'm sure someone will. But they made a ton of noise. I gotta get out of here.
When you get out of here and you head out, you hit the streets, you just see that rat. That dark rat with the white patch just standing up on its hind legs, looking at you from across the street. It just looks at you.
I look at it and I do this to it. I wink and I keep on going.
I know you're not imagining this. Maybe you are imagining it. I don't know. It seems to you like it understood you.
I hope it did. Fucking drone bitch. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Fucking weird ass cult terrorism.
Sure.
Where can I go?
Those are definitely zombies. It's definitely a zombie. Because if it was a real person, there would have been actual blood. So that's weird.
I am going to... what do I do here? This is quite a coinky dink. I need a place I feel somewhat safe.
What do you think? What do you think it meant about like peasants, vassals, servants, your mom? What do you think that all meant? What do you think that meant?
I don't know. Some cold stuff, I think.
Probably.
You know, they're weird. You never
Yeah, there were
know.
cultists. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't have time to think about that, unfortunately.
Mhm.
I need. Okay, it is like it has to be like
You can hit a
6-ish.
different sort of safe space, a different safe house.
Yeah, I'm feeling very safe though. I'm
You don't feel safe? Why not? Is
feeling
that rat?
great.
No, I think it's not that rat. It's a different rat. It's fine.
I am going to. I am going to head to a. I don't want them to follow me there though. They can see me. I know where I
That's
am. Someone knows where I
how can they
am.
see you? I mean, that's weird.
It's impressive that they tracked me. I
Hmm.
did everything I could to lose them when I was walking here.
You
Um,
did. You did. And that's the thing. You know your skills. You know that you ditched any tails. You know it. You know it. You're very careful.
what can I do to shake this, or long enough for me to feel good about it?
Hmm.
I am going to. I'm gonna try and hit up another safe house.
Hmm.
And see if I can get enough time to
Yeah.
do some investigation. If there's another
Sure.
crow strike, I'm gonna have to
Freak out.
change tactics here.
Hmm. Uh,
I'm
you
an
hit.
agent of
Uh-huh.
intelligence. I don't freak
Uh-huh.
out. Thank you very
Sorry.
much.
Sorry. You make it to another safe house. This one is actually near a Russian Orthodox church. It's like really close to it. And you settle in there. And what do you do?
I am going to find a windowless room,
Sounds
probably
very
like the
paranoid.
bathroom or something.
Sure.
Um, I'm gonna lock the door,
Sounds
and
paranoid.
I am going to no safe. It's not paranoid if they're actually after you. And then I'm going to.
Mm-hmm.
It's already been proven that there are two parties that don't want me to succeed here. Um, both MI6 and the blonde man's party.
Is it
So
MI6 or is it Linklaith? That's a whole different. That's
at this point I have to assume MI6, but I'm thinking it's Linklaith. But I can't be
Right,
too
right,
careful in this industry.
right, right. You're
So
sounding paranoid. People at the office were saying that you're acting paranoid.
isn't paranoid if 15 crows come crashing into your door and they die in front of you.
They did.
I am gonna go into my mind and I'm gonna think about the doctor, my psychologist.
And you're walking into his office. Oh, I see. It's time for our appointment. Sit down. How are you?
Not great, doc.
Oh,
You're like a doctor, but you're oh sorry. You're like a doctor, right? But you're some sort of other doctor.
uh,
You studied other things.
well, I went to medical school. Yes, I'm actually licensed. I'm
Good,
actually a
great.
psychiatrist.
That's great. Awesome. I'd love to hear it about another day. However, I have brought to you um something I need you
Georgetown,
to
by the way.
investigate.
Uh, I
Georgetown?
yes, and Johns Hopkins is where I went to medical school. I remembered. Um, just now, you kept asking me.
That's awesome, Doc. That's awesome. Thank you for letting me know.
Would you
Johns
like some
Hopkins.
tea?
Not right now, actually.
Okay.
I don't know if you would want any. I need you to investigate this, and I have like a baggie of viscera from this. So, I see. I was attacked
Oh,
earlier by
uh,
an individual of
sit down. Are you all right?
an
Do you need
uh yeah.
medical care?
I'm fine.
Are you
No,
sure?
I'm perfectly fine.
He
Yeah,
seems
no, yeah,
stressed.
yeah.
He takes your
I,
temper. He takes your pulse. Oh,
you would also be stressed in my situation here, Doc.
yes. Can I? Is there something I can do? Do you need to? You can stay in the office as long as you like.
That's great. I don't think I can stay outside very long, though.
Right.
They, yes, I need you to look at this viscera. Apologies, I didn't get anything nicer.
Mm,
To be honest with you, Doc, nothing about that person was nice. Um,
mm,
I need you to tell me what the fuck. I'm
mm.
sorry, that was a very
No.
location. What the bloody hell this
Yes,
is?
yes. No, please sit down on the couch. I will. And he goes over, and you can see there's like a little part of his office where he's got like a, and it wasn't there before, but it's there now, right?
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
as if it were sort of willed into existence. Like a microscope, and remember how it was all very old and nothing was very modern there? It was sort of
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
kind of like an ideal imagination of a psychiatrist's office with all the brown and uh, wood panel and all that. But now you have given him this task and you have put this in your mind, and there's like a little corner of the office which has some analysis and medical equipment all of a sudden.
Mhm.
uh, and he sits down behind, right, this, he's got like a electron microscope, and all of a sudden there's this equipment that just, maybe you forgot it, maybe it was there all along, you just don't remember, but you kind of needed him to do this analysis, and there the materials were for it. And he sits behind it and he goes, now, I'm actually quite worried about your mental health. What happened? As he sort of goes in and he starts taking samples.
Just a lot of information, Doc. A lot of information has I've discovered as of late, and
Hmm.
it doesn't make a lot of sense on its own. And I am confused. I am concerned,
Mm-hmm.
and I am closer to finding Harry, but I'm concerned about what it's going to entail, and if
Oh,
I can even
I see.
prepare for such a thing.
Well, first off, in case it matters, I'm looking at this right now, and it is very clear to me that whatever it is you've brought me is real. I don't know if that helps you. You're not going mad.
I appreciate it, Doc.
Let's see. Well, first off, this body looks like it died about 40 years ago, so um, that's quite odd. Um, to imagine it was chasing you. Um, also, there's no blood in this corpse.
Hmm.
There is a fluid though. What is this? And you can see him sort of like getting in. He sort of like takes some stuff. He goes actually to a computer that was not there before, but clearly it is there now. This computer, and he looks at it and he goes, "Huh, that's strange. Huh. Hmm. This corpse that you're talking about doesn't have any blood in it at all. It has a chemical. Hmm. It's a chemical that's used.
Like, I was gonna say, like what, embalming fluid?
No, 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 not embalming fluid. That would make sense, actually. Um, I would understand if it were embalming fluid. That would actually make more sense, I think. But no, it's a, it's a chemical that was used sometime in the, they were doing experiments, like I said, blood thinner, a blood substitute, uh, chlorphodecrin.
Chlorophodeclin? Mm,
Yes, yes. Uh, although it's it seems that this chemical is all of its blood. That its blood has been replaced with that, but it doesn't look like just the basic. It looks like it's been worked on. Like it's been advanced. It looks like. Hmm. Hmm. Strange. It's like this is it's replaced actual blood with this chemical. Now it does make sense in some ways. Like a blood substitute. So perfluorodecolin. It's quite smaller than regular blood cells. It's able to deal with damaged cells much better. It looks like... Oh, looks like this corpse of yours had perfluorodecolin rather than blood as its blood. Hmm. Hmm. It's odd. Where did you find this?
In the doctor's attic.
Which doctor?
Dr. Morozov,
Hmm. I don't...
Russian,
Ah, no, I don't know him. Um,
Edward.
no.
It was apparently his like whole shtick. He was all
Ah,
about hematology.
oh, it's not my specialization, though. Um,
Big wig in the 80s.
by the way, there's something else here about this sample. There's something in here that is toxic, actually. Um, there's a very virulent bacteria in here. It could definitely infect you. These are... Yes. There's a bacteria in here that if you caught it, it would definitely do terrible things to your body.
Hmm.
Terrible things. Where did this come from? It's a
A
very
scientist.
aggressive bacterial infection. Not even quite certain. He puts on his glasses. He's like, I don't think I've seen anything like this before. This is not... Oh, let me see. And you can see him kind of like look around, and there's a bookshelf there now. And he goes over and he looks up some books, and he's like, huh. This is very strange. No, this can't be right. No. Hmm. My research can't be right here, but it seems to me like this is the closest thing I've seen to what might have been. Do you know that children's my daughter liked to sing it, Ring Around the Rosie, Pocket Full of Posies, that sort of a thing.
Yes,
That
yes,
was about
yes.
the Black Plague in the medieval era, the bubonic plague. Although we weren't there, we don't actually know what all of the plagues were. This bacteria seems to be a few centuries old, which doesn't really make sense. But the corpse wasn't that old. You're probably going to not want to have some sort of hazmat suit if you're going to be dealing with anything like this. Hmm. Hmm. I would need some time before I could try to figure out some sort of antibiotics. I would need time. And I have a hard time leaving the office, actually.
Hmm.
Whenever I try, you come in to visit me for a meeting, or Prometheus does, or Archangel, or one of the others. I never seem to remember being outside of the office. Isn't that strange? I know I must be outside of the office. I must be going home to my husband.
Yes. Georgetown, right?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Looking at you, what? Year of...
Me? Huh.
Yeah,
I think I like to try to keep
90?
myself pretty well. Yeah. Well, what year is it right now? 2022?
It's
Well.
24 close, Doc.
Oh, no, wait. 2023. That must be what it is. By the way, he was captured and killed in 2023. So at least that memory you had of that mission you had was about a year ago. So he's like, oh, it's 2023, I'm certain.
Of course, Doctor, 2023.
Yes. Oh, well, I remember. It was, I was a class of, well, I came into right after high school. I was a class of 90. And then 4 years of undergraduate, Georgetown. Then I went to Johns Hopkins for med school. That was another 3. And then I had my residency. Yes, class of 90. No, 90 high school, 94 at Georgetown.
94 at Georgetown.
Yes. Yeah. It was, did you know, you probably would not guess this about me, but I actually was on the fencing team, and I was very good. I can remember
Oh,
that.
a fencing exam.
Huh. Yes.
Out there winning all the competitions.
Well, not all of them, but I did win some. I'm still worried about you, though. Are you going to go back out there? Are these things in DC? I mean, you should watch out for yourself. It could be dangerous. I assume you have a gun, and you are an agent.
I have something. I'm
Russia.
going to be taking a large logical leap here.
All right.
Because nothing makes sense to me, Doctor. Nothing makes sense. Everything...
How can I help?
I don't think you'd believe me, Doctor, if I told you everything that's happened to me in these past couple of days.
Try me. I don't judge.
Well, you might judge this, Doc. I just came back from investigating a missing doctor's Morozov's home.
Yes, the biochemist.
Yes, he was a depressed academic. He was I don't know, disgraced for some reason or another in the 80s. And then after his wife died, he just became a hermit. I went to go visit the college he taught at. He was essentially thrown out. I went to go visit his home. Did not find anyone there. All the doors were unlocked. The child in front talked about how it was a great debacle. Someone was there. Harry was there, apparently. Went to go visit the old chap. And then he was shot. Old little boy heard a shot and a scream. And then no one, he called the police. No one came in. No one came out. I go there. It's all cleaned up. And someone hastily cleaned up some fingerprints, burned some documents, then grabbed some files, which would suggest Morozov is probably alive. They probably need him for something or other. This whole debacle has to do a lot with chloroformdeclin.
Well, that's strange. Why would it need to do that? It's just a chemical that was used for experiments on artificial blood.
You sure would think that, huh, Doc? Because I go
Especially
up into
for
the attic.
transfusions.
Yeah,
please,
I heard something. I heard something happening upstairs. Tried to make some noise. Tried to make myself known. It just went and hid. Didn't know what was up there. I was like, this old Morozov have someone, up there trapped. A little, like a book. Go up there. It's a rotting corpse, Doc. A rotting corpse that's up there. You can smell it. Awful, really. Milky white eyes. That pungent chemical coming out of it. That's disgusting. And then it moved. was whimpering. It had a bullet wound straight through the old chest. No blood anywhere. Clean. There was a bullet wound bullet in the home, so it was probably shot in the house. No blood though. And then it spoke to me after it stopped whimpering, gained some sort of cognizance. Then it leapt at me from the corner it was in, ran at me, leapt at me. I dodged it, got out of the way, and I, as it leapt down to me, we were in the attic. I slammed up, and until it stopped moving, and the thing spoke to me as if I was lesser than them, as what do you call us, vassals? Humans, nothing but vassals, things for this thing to, I don't know, take control of. I don't know. I wasn't taking much seriousness in what this thing was saying. I simply thought it was a man in a suit. And then it attacked me, and then I slammed it many, many times. Told me I was going to see my mother again. My mother being alive, imagine that. And then
said you were going to see
all
your
this
mother
viscera.
again.
Yes, apparently. Said,
about
come
your father?
visit me and my mother. No, not my father, just my mother, apparently. Odd. Probably because I'm a woman, I don't know. Maybe they believed I had more of a attachment to my mother. I said she was dead, but it was like, I know. And I was like, well, that's not a comforting thought when I'm being attacked by some rotting carapace. And then I came. I forgot I left out the best part, Doc. I then went to a safe house, and then something kept, as I was taking a shower to get all of this mess off of me, a murder of crows came in, were hitting the window, broke through, and then fell dead right there in the living room. Got the heck out of Dodge right there.
Oh, smart.
You're just telling me, Doc.
Well, it seems as if you have some sort of, well, what is the word for it? Some sort of reanimated corpse of some sort. Perhaps, well, I mean, that doesn't really make sense. Reanimated corpses may not. Perhaps it's somebody who was ill with some sort of illness, this plague, perhaps, this medieval plague, and they were able to keep these people alive through this perfluorodecaline cocktail, perhaps. So perhaps it only looked like a zombie. It was just a very plague and bacteria-ridden person, although I have to say the necrosis on this flesh does imply that it has actually been dead for some time.
I forgot the best part, Doctor. This one you could deal with. This one's not weird and supernatural. I don't know. I grabbed the picture out of my pocket. I'm like, these are my parents right here. You see these two? Those are my parents.
Nice. That's very nice.
This one's Morozov. That doctor right there. That one's Morozov. Those are my parents. British. Yes, and on the back it says, there's a little baby there. On the back it says March 5th, 1986.
Is that you?
I was born in 88. And then I went to go see a field agent today to try and get some information from the FSB. Looks just like me. And guess what, Doc? 2 years older than me. This little baby, that's her. Right there. She grew up with her aunt. And I with my parents until they died. And we work with Morozov. 86, 87, Morozov's wife dies. He becomes an edge case, and my parents are in England having me.
Well, that's quite odd. It's very strange.
You're telling me. There's no doubting it, though. That's them. Little young them in their little biohazard suits.
Russian, you say?
Yes.
Well,
Russian.
It was the height of the Cold War. Perhaps your parents defected.
Well, that would be a comforting thought, no? Defected but left their daughter behind, only to have another one a couple of years later. Or worse, they had me, ran away with me, and left my sister there.
Well, I imagine if they left their first child, it must have been something quite. They must not have had a choice.
What are the chances we're both in intelligence, though? Her FSB also involved in whatever the heck I'm involved with. Then I
Well,
spoke to her today. She's speaking all mysterious, telling me she doesn't, she has no desire to hurt me, but if it has to come to it, if I align myself with the blonde man, I'm as good as dead. She knows about the blonde man in some regard. She doesn't know him, but understands who he may be. Apparently, large sphere of influence.
Could you describe this blonde man?
Pale, tall, sleek or thin, broader
a top knot?
shoulders, top knot,
Ah, interesting.
smug look on his face.
One of my other patients described a man that looked like that.
Prometheus, Archangel, one of those?
Yes, it was Prometheus. She said that he killed her friends.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's the one who went to my neighbor and asked if they had seen me. He was my fiance.
Now, the official story, I remember this. The official story was actually that she killed her friends, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that they would do that. So I believe, yes, they said that it was this blonde man with a top knot, inhumanly strong, supernaturally strong is how they put it. And they said that they went to find their friend. Well, they said that they were investigating some irregularities with the crime families. Particular criminal boss investigating that there was like well, I don't know all the details, but there was some sort of criminal organization, and they noticed that there was like a second level of money flow that was going somewhere else, perhaps even to England. And they went to tell their boss about it at Interpol, and the next thing they know, all of a sudden they were locked out of the office, and heavies with suits were coming for them. They ran. They didn't go straight home. When they got home, their apartment was on fire. Then they went to their friend's house, and when they got to their friend's house, there was blood everywhere. They went into the back room, and one of their dear friends was laying in a pool of blood, and this man with a top knot was hunched over her as if perhaps he had, I don't know, like bitten her neck or something like that. They fought. They escaped. But then I had men from the agency come in and want the records. Wait. Yes. But that doesn't make sense. Something's wrong there. I wouldn't have
That
those
doesn't make
records.
sense.
And he goes to his like cabinet and he's looking. He's like, no, yes, I think I had 1 or 2 sessions. No, I remember having a whole year's worth. They wanted records. I don't have them. I think I moved them somewhere else. I don't think I felt good about this ever since Archangel, so I think I moved the records. But I remember they were asking for the records. And I said, doctor-client confidentiality, but they insisted it was government. Government wanted everybody's records, I think. But I didn't have them. That's when they wanted to know what my patients had been talking to me about. If I'd said anything, if they said anything about, it's funny, so funny, but Dracula. And I said, like the movie. And they said, yes. And I said, of course not. That's ridiculous. I remember, I started looking into it then. Looking into what I could. And I remember I'd gotten a book in the mail, a copy of a first edition or a manuscript version of Bram Stoker's Dracula with all these annotations. Very interesting. Um, I was reading it at home. Very strange. There were things in there that didn't make sense at all. Very strange annotations. I remember I was going to go to work to meet one of the patients, and I saw a car that didn't seem right. I thought it was strange. So I decided to veer off, not go back to the office. I, and that's when you and I, and then I must have come here today, just today, and had my meeting with you.
Dracula?
It's a
An
fiction
odd
book.
thing to ask.
I know, I thought that was strange. I think it must be some kind of code word. They asked me about something called Edom, but they asked me if I had an MI6 agent. Never saw them again. They asked me if that person ever mentioned Edom, if I'd ever heard the word. I hadn't done. That was in the first round of interviews. They kept interviewing me. Hmm. Hmm. Have you ever
Edom.
heard of Edom?
Have I ever heard of Edom?
We mentioned it, yes, that there was when you were looking through the MI6 files trying to find evidence of the blonde man, you found
Hmm.
a small note somewhere that seemed as if there might have been some sort of project called Edom, EDOM,
A
that was in
potential
some way
project?
connected to. That's where you found the photograph of that blonde man because nobody thought he existed. Then you found a photograph of him, sort of blurry in the back, and there was like a little. It was in the same file. There were some notes about something called Edom.
Are you. When I was looking for information about the blonde man,
Hmm.
the one that MI6 very, very much hoped that I would believe did not exist,
Hmm.
I found a file. Not much in it except a photo of the blonde man and a reference to Edom.
Hmm. Strange. What was it? I remember this. The Americans wanted to know very badly what it was. They knew I had international patients. They wanted to know. I didn't know. They kept asking me. I said I didn't know. And they said, well, we'll be seeing you. They said I should stop asking questions. But what are you supposed to do when your patients just keep disappearing on you?
You're a good doc. You're a good doctor.
This is, by the way, toxic. You definitely do not want to get whatever that is.
I. We'll see, doc. I was covered in it, so.
Hmm. Well, I keep thinking about that thing you said about the boat. I think I sometimes have nightmares about it. But I imagine they're just dreams.
I mean, that's what a nightmare is.
Yes. A woman asking me questions.
A woman.
Hmm.
Like what?
Blonde woman. That sort of strange age where she could be young or not. Rich looking, fancy. Asking me questions. About my patients. I didn't have anything to say. She was looking me in the eyes deeply, and her eyes were trying to bore into my soul, to force me to tell her things. And I just thought about my husband and my daughter, and I didn't. I think in my dreams, that's when she started torturing me. Well, I think, I should call my husband. That's what I should do. I will do that as soon as you leave. So, well, there's clearly a strange chemical artificial blood in this corpse. I would say some sort of medieval era bacteria, highly toxic. Vassals. Oh, that's the sort of a thing that a noble would say. Yes.
Interesting. I'm gonna make a leap of logic on this one. They tell us horses, not zebras, Doc. But, you know, when the stripes start coming up white and black, there's only so much you can do.
Go on.
Well, Doc, I'm attacked by a rotting corpse.
Looks like
I'm
it, yes.
told now multiple times about biting. In so many words, I was told that by a cold professional. Someone who would not mince their words. Now you tell me that another agent watched the blonde man come up as if they were biting their friend. Supernatural strength, I believe is what you said she said.
Yes.
I don't know, Doc. Best case scenario, they're all human. I can deal with human. But the supernatural, Doctor, I don't know. This, and I point at the viscera, and I'm like, I don't know, Doc. But I think I need to start thinking zebras, not horses.
Prometheus asked me a question. Asked me if I knew anything about vampires. And I said, no, but they wouldn't tell me anything. I wish I knew more. Archangel said vampires as well.
Do you have a code name, Doctor?
Me? I'm the doctor. That's it.
You're much more than that.
Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say.
You think of something. Think of something. You deserve something a little more cool than just the doctor.
I seem to can't remember my name, I'm afraid. Which is so odd.
That's the beauty of a code name. It could be whatever you want it to be.
We should meet outside of my office in, let's say, 15 minutes. I know you're going, so just wait outside the door, and then I will come out after you in 5 minutes. And then I can call my husband. I try to call from the office, and I never seem to make it out of the line never seems to go out.
I'll see you soon, Doc.
Yes, wait for me. I will come out 5 minutes right after.
And I walk out of the office.
And you're in the safe house?
And I'm sitting on the bathroom tiles, lights off, door locked. And I just sit there for a while and just think about it.
The doctor can't leave his office.
No. Unfortunately for him, I'm not thinking about him.
Nope.
Sorry, Doc.
Nope.
Anytime I think of you, I walk back in and I can't think of you. I have one last stop I need to make for the end of before I just wait it out until I walk with Nina. And that is I have to go see Olga. I could go to Coleman's house, but I feel there's no need.
You suspect he's not there?
I don't suspect he's there, nor that I'm going to find anything really of much use. Nothing that I'm not going to get down wherever I'm going to be taken one way or another. So I finish up clearing up the area, and like I keep in mind what the doc said about the disease. Look for any symptoms that might be occurring in me, because that would move up my timeline pretty drastically.
Nothing except maybe paranoia about a discoloration here or there. Doesn't seem like it, although maybe that's a spot. But maybe not. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm gonna make a couple. I'm gonna make a couple of stops before I head to the apartment, to scope it out, and then follow Olga. I am going to stop at the Russian Orthodox church. I'm gonna ask them for some holy water.
Interesting. Weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why you do that, but go ahead.
Some holy water. Or if like I've never been to a Russian Orthodox church, so I don't know if they have that huge pitcher of holy water.
You can get some holy water,
but I'm gonna get a bunch of holy water. I am going to head to a bookstore, so I'm heading to like the market area.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up the same title, the same book that I was given by Nina.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick that up.
Crime and Punishment.
Crime and Punishment. I'm going to pick up Crime and Punishment. I'm going to put the photo in there. The one of her and my parents.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna carry the book with me. I'm carrying both books now. And they could be a weapon. Look. I am gonna stop at a bookstore. I'm going to stop at the market. I'm gonna pick up a broom. Like one of those like nice wooden brooms with like the straw bottom of it.
Yeah.
I am going to pick up a whole bulb of garlic.
You're sounding kind of paranoid right now. You know that,
dried
right?
out. It's not paranoia. It's just acceptance. This is the solution to a problem. Maybe. I don't know. I've watched a lot of movies. You'd be surprised how many movies goons watch in their downtime. It's really the pastime. On like those little tiny TVs on like a box in the middle of a warehouse. That is like a pastime for goons. And I've done a lot of gooning undercover. So I've watched a lot of vampire movies. Too many, I would argue. And zombie movies. Zombies have less solutions though. I am going to
shots to the head
stop by
in most of the movies.
Yeah, normally.
Not the chest.
It's 2024, so I'm going to pick up some masks. Not like the medical grade ones, but like they're medical grade, but like they have some sort of design on them, except I'm just going to get the plain black ones. I am going to also pick up. Oh God, what was the other thing I was going to pick up? I'm picking up all my stuff. I have that. I have that. I have that. Oh, I'm gonna stop by the jewelry section.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna pick
Mm-hmm.
up a cross.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if they do
Mm-hmm.
rosary beads here, but I'll pick up some rosary beads.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how big
Mm-hmm.
Catholicism is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to grab just a
Mm-hmm.
couple of regular crosses. I'm assuming
Mm-hmm.
like that's the part of the store that's gonna have that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna pick up
Yeah.
some crosses.
And some candles if you
Um,
like.
some candles. Yeah, yeah.
You know, with the Virgin
Gonna
Mary.
gonna pick up a shirt with a cross on it.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Jesus, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, you
If
do
we're
seem
going,
like you've gone over the bend. You know that, right?
it seems like it's gonna be that kind of thing,
Okay. Okay.
Um, um, and then I'm gonna have all of that. That's all in my bag.
Mm-hmm.
Except the broom. The broom,
Mm-hmm.
I like. It's like somehow like in on my back,
Yeah.
between my
Yeah.
bag and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna walk to the now that I think that's all I wanted. Grocery
Mm-hmm.
shopping. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
head to
Mm-hmm.
the place where I scoped Olga's house out the first time
Yeah.
around.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm gonna be up there, and I'm going to get the broom. I'm gonna break it in half.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
unspool the bottom part where
Mm-hmm.
all of the brushy parts are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna have two sizable stakes on me.
Weird. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. This world I'm living topsy turvy. Who knows?
Yeah, sure.
Look, a human is gonna die
Uh-huh.
just as well to a stake as a
That's
vampire.
true, actually. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So,
Mm-hmm.
who am I to? It's tried and true weapon. And I am going to, I'm just gonna scope out Olga's place as I organize all of that. Waiting for her to leave.
As we end our session for today with our agent behaving in ways that would probably get her superiors to say you should go on medical leave.
Too late, motherfuckers! Already.
Your superiors, one of whom you saw in a photograph talking to the blonde-headed man. Do you remember we talked a while ago about how you thought you saw the guy that recruited you into MI6 talking to your parents once when you when you were very, very young?
Yeah.
That's weird, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, as you're sort of heading towards Olga's, you see her heading out. She's a bit ahead of you. Do you follow her?
Same distance as before. Actually, I think a little bit more of a healthy distance this time around. Because this time I'm the one that's being tracked.
Yeah. She travels across town. Little paranoid that she might be being followed. She doesn't seem to notice you, though. And she heads back to that safe house. The one she was at before. And as she looks up at the third-story window of this building, and she sees the curtain move, she rushes into the building. And there you, standing outside of the building, hearing far in the distance the sounds of motorcycles. This is where we end our session.
I can't believe you threw a zombie at me in the vampire game.
It's technically not a zombie, although it's more or less a zombie, but it's technically not a zombie. It has it's connected to Russian vampiric folklore, but you can call them zombies.
Is it a
like.
corpse said to be
Yes.
revived by witchcraft?
Yes. Yes, but you know.
That is the definition of zombie. That's
fair
number
enough.
one.
Fair enough. Undead is undead. Undead is undead, as Rissa says. Oh my goodness. So, my dear friend, so this we're gonna close it right here as you're standing behind this in front of this safe house again. I would love for you, my bestest at PBPlaysInside, to tell me who you are, where we can find you next, and how you're feeling. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Feels like you're getting kind of paranoid about weirdness. I don't know why you would do that.
I am PB. Hi, from PBPlaysInside. I do things all over the place. Tomorrow you can find me over at Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, playing some Dark Ages, which is Vampire the Masquerade, but in the 1200s.
Weird.
And I know, weird, a little bit of a vampire game where I'm a vampire. Coincidentally, also, I was asked to be in both these games at very similar times, and I was definitely in the mood because both of them have to do a little bit with taking different identities,
and different takes on vampires.
Yeah. That is up tomorrow, and then next week I am going to be on my channel PBPlaysInside playing different games. Right now I'm very into Once Human. I'm very into Minecraft. I'm also working slowly but surely towards a one-shot for a solo game I'm going to be doing in the future. That's a lot of prep work on that one, more than you guys will know. It's going to be having to do with a little bit of animation, a little bit of like visual novel shenaniganry, and me learning a lot of skills, including writing my own system for it. Because at this point it's going to take less time to write it than it is to find one that's going to suit the story I want to tell. And by golly, Loki, huh? I know who Loki is in my head. And so whenever things came out that were a little, could have a little flavor of supernatural stuff, Loki was not going to take the bait. Loki was just like, no, logic. Has to be logic. You can't have ghost stories when you spend a lot of time undercover where any little thing you do could, make sure you're outed as a spy. So you can't be scared of anything. You have to be scared an appropriate amount. A normal person would be scared of certain things.
Yes.
So everything that Loki, and the best way to tell a lie is to believe the lie. I know that's how Loki lives her life, and has lived her life for the past 15, 20 years. So when it came to supernatural stuff, I knew it was going to be difficult to get her to get there. But I knew if she got there, it was going to be a full send. There was not going to be like, is it? Could it be? Like, the very last thing Loki would ever think is supernatural. If she has gone through the entire list and we've reached plan Z.Z.Z, like, that means that it is supernatural. And if it's not, best case scenario, because I can deal with not supernatural. But if I have to deal with supernatural, I have to be prepared for supernatural. But this isn't the real world, and I don't know what that means for me. So I am taking every precaution I can now that I'm marked somehow in the supernatural sense, because I know what being marked feels like as a person from other people. So I know I'm being followed. And I know I'm marked, but I don't know how, and I don't know what that means. My fucking therapist is a ghost or some shit. I don't know. He has other
much
patients.
Less doubtful. He's a lot less doubtful about your stories of the supernatural.
Yeah, I assume he would be, considering he was taken by vampires and thrown into the sea. And somehow he's still a therapist. Like, I sure would think so.
Tortured and
Oh
then
boy
drowned,
is
actually.
yeah, tortured then drowned. Like, yeah, no
Mhm.
wonder he doesn't remember anything. I wouldn't want to remember anything anyways. Like
Yeah,
when I die, I want to be dead. Don't make me work my 9 to 5 while I'm dead and then never be able to leave. Are you kidding me? That's
yeah,
my own
yeah,
personal hell.
yeah.
Like
But
props to
he,
Doc for taking it in stride.
he does care about his patients, though.
Good for I'm so happy he likes his 9 to 5. That zombie up in the attic did not like his 9 to 5.
No, did not.
He was living in eternal hell.
Yes, he was. Wasn't
Oh, and
great.
then having to listen to that music outside. Ugh,
Yeah.
poor boy. Who knows how long he was up there? Then so I knew that when it came to Loki hitting the supernatural, I would have to be really convinced, and she would immediately go all in. Immediately,
Yeah.
all right, what's anti-vampire? Garlic, crosses, wooden stakes. Can I find silver? Is that vampires, werewolves? Doesn't matter. Let's grab some silver.
Silver cross, I'll get some. All right.
Yeah, holy water, I'll take it. Also, zombies, I'm just like, now I have to find guns somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you know how annoying that's gonna be? Part of me hopes that Nina's gonna bring me a gun because she knows what's up. And if I even get to see Nina, who knows? I might be taken in a different way, or find my own way there. And so, all in all, I knew that once the gloves were off for Loki. Loki was full in gonna commit to supernatural. Sure, why the fuck not? Supernatural. Let's go. But it was gonna take her a while to get there, which is why you could see every time you gave me something like that I can make the leap of logic to get to supernatural. I was like, no, it was something else. It's something else. Bioterrorism, cult,
Sure.
you know, all things that I've encountered before. Vampires and zombies? I don't know that. I don't know what that is. This could be like a Walking Dead situation with the alpha wearing like a dead person's face.
Sure.
What do I know?
It's weird.
Until they said thank you. And then started moving again. I don't know. It's a little weird. I think he thanked me for not, but I'm not gonna go find out.
I think that we'll call them a zombie. Thank you for killing it.
Yeah. And so I am so that's why if you were curious why she full sent right at the end, if it felt a little out of character.
Oh no, it didn't feel out of character to me. It felt like it was a lot of stress. And you're like, okay, that's it.
It's like, well, I guess it's supernatural. I don't know. What else is it gonna be?
Loki seems like a very prepared type of agent.
Have to be. Otherwise, if they catch you, you're dead. And she's made it this long. And she's hoping to make it a little bit longer. I'm hoping to make it a little bit longer.
So
I have some plans before.
What does Loki think about their mom and dad?
I don't have time. I don't have time.
You're avoiding your personal life?
Is it avoiding, or I just don't have the mental space to deal with a personal crisis in the middle of what could be a zombie apocalypse at the beginning? I don't know what they're doing. I don't, because like there's a whole factory now of this pluricephalin, and
there
like
is. And where is that factory?
In Kostroma, where the fucking biker gang came from. So they're looking for Olga, which is why I want to go for Olga, because I'm like, hey, Olga. First, like, I'm not even going to be subtle with Olga. My plan was to be subtle with Olga. I'm not going to be subtle with Olga anymore. I'm so sorry, Olga, but I don't have the time. So sorry, bud. My big apologies. I'm following you into that building, and I'm cornering you. And I'm going to find out information that I need to find out right now.
Seem a little aggressive.
I need to be. I don't have time. I'm out of time, unfortunately. They know where I am at all times, it feels like. Anyone I interact with feels like a danger to them and myself. I'm just sorry, Olga, you're the last one I'm interacting with. I apologize. Maybe, but like, you weren't that interesting before. You were just like somebody. You were somebody I was just gonna like. I was gonna sneak into her apartment and like look up stuff. That was my plan originally. But now that vampires are involved, I don't fucking know, man. Everyone up in Russia is pale and white. Like, how am I gonna tell the difference?
It's true.
They're living in the Pacific Northwest. Suddenly I'm in Twilight. Like,
it's true.
How am I gonna tell?
Yeah.
Is that Rosalie? Oh.
I'm sure it's fine, right? It's fine. It's fine. I mean, again, there's some weirdness there about that entire factory of fluorodecolin that's the guy Ignatieff just started producing.
I'm like, that's the zombie factory, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
It's fine.
Although a little weird, timber, and you think timber would be like the natural enemy of vampires.
Yeah. Well, that's what he started doing. He didn't do them both from the beginning. His family are timber family. They run the timber forests up in that area, and then sometime he just started doing this.
And timber, right? He's still doing timber.
Oh, he's still doing, because it's like, I feel like that's where he's making all of his money. You probably have to look into his books.
It's like that's probably like #1 vampire steak creator, unless they don't die to steaks. But I'm sure it hurts. It's so like I'm gonna go to Olga. My plan is go to Olga, interrogate Olga, Google vampires, straight up Twilight movie 1 scene, vampire, and find out what folklore I'm gonna get. Look up the wiki and then just start clicking on the links until I get to what I need. And then zombies. #1, witchcraft reanimated corpse.
Hey.
And you know what? That's witchcraft to me. I don't know science. I know a little bit of science. I don't know a lot of bit of science. I went to school, but like, I'm no expert.
Your dead psychiatrist knows some science.
Exactly. And they said zombie in so many words. So I was like, oh, okay. I believe you, I guess. At this point, I believe anything. None of it makes sense anyways.
I'm sure it's fine. Also, I'm sure that whole thing about like the parent thing is pretty weird, but that's fine. I wouldn't worry about it.
It's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, I have a question for you. If your parents aren't really the people you thought they were, what does that mean for your identity?
I don't know. I guess I'm Russian. At this point, what is my identity, huh?
I don't know.
I'm not MI6 anymore. They're trying to get me killed.
You're on leave.
Yeah, Linklaith wants to apparently fucking murder me or something. I don't know what his plan is. I'm like, good luck, bud, I guess. It's like,
I think he just wants you to fail and leave. I think he just wants you to be like, oh, couldn't find him. And he's like, great, bye. I think it's pretty simple.
The link that Linklaith went to go speak to an FSB agent, the FSB agent.
Yeah, okay, so that's a little bit weird.
And be like, hey, if this person comes to you, I'm letting you know that there is a spy coming, MI6. Okay, so I'm blowing both mine and her cover.
Yeah. That seems awkward.
She's gonna come to you, fucking idiot, dumb as a doorknob.
I didn't say he was smart.
And Cocoa Puffs.
He went to Oxford, but I didn't say he was smart. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
It's like, just disregard her. Tell her what she needs to know and like let her leave. I'm just like, I don't know. Linklaith, I'm throwing you under the bus. First chance I get. What's my favor? Hey, get this motherfucker out of here. Get him out of here. Fuck this guy. Him and that little asshole who's gonna break our cover at Cathedral Dome. Hey, Vauxhall. Hey, Vauxhall. Hey, Vauxhall. I got a favor. Yeah, I'm calling it in right now. Get rid of these dickheads, bud. I get them out of here. I know it's not a hefty ask. Let me tell you what happened.
See,
They
that
blew
might
my
not
cover to the FSB Vauxhall. They blew
yeah.
my cover before I even got into the country.
So I just feel like that might not be a favor that they would do for you. That might be a favor that you're doing for them if you have evidence. That's all. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, if you have evidence that their people are questionable, hanging out with the FSB and whatnot, you know, they could probably, you know,
You
just
fucking
saying.
Vauxhall. Here's the information. Get these fuckers out of here. That's my favor. I know it's a favor to you. It's a favor for me. Trust me. Get them out of here.
Get them out. Look, some people care about money a lot more than other things, like ethics. You know,
their job,
everything, competency. So, we have no comments to share, so I'm not going to share any comments. I am troopersjp, and I had such a lovely time. I have been sitting on some, you know, secrets for some time. There are more, but I was like, oh, we're going to get to secrets today. So excited about that. And then we did. And
so many.
They were lovely. And there was a zombie hanging out, just, you know, being
You
chill.
set me up right at the beginning to go down with Nina to whatever hell pit I'm going to end up with. I wouldn't have known about zombies. I wouldn't have known about vampires. That would have all had to have been on the job in the moment,
yes,
improvised.
Yep. Yep. If you'd gone with Nina, she would have taken you where Coleman wanted to go.
Nina's gonna look at me like such a fucking idiot when I show up with garlic around my neck, wearing my Jesus t-shirt, wearing my cross and my 3 rosaries. Just have both of my steaks ready to go, and like an AK on my back or something ridiculous like that.
Oh, whew.
The weirdest Rambo
weirdest
you're gonna
Rambo
see.
ever. Nice. Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking right now. I do. We'll go,
and a mask.
And a mask, a good face mask. Hey, N95. So, what are you thinking right now? What is Loki thinking? Where are they at?
Loki is at fuck it. Because literally nothing makes sense. At this point in time, she's gotten a lot of answers and none of them make sense. Like, none of it makes vampires. I'm just like, what? And like, to the point, like, it's so weird and off the cuff everything. I could see my mom being alive. Yeah, sure, why the fuck not? She was apparently Russian too. I don't know. Maybe if she is alive, I got some questions, Mom. Like, question number 1, what the fuck? Question number 2, hey, what the fuck? Question number 3, why'd you leave my sister behind and take me? What's that? What's up with that, Mom? I'm taking back my best mom in the world mug. Just so you know, taking it back. And like, Loki is over it. I think the best way to describe it is Loki is over it. She came here expecting a mystery. Sure. She was not expecting to suddenly fall into a sci-fi movie. So she is she's in the middle of she feels so just like afloat in the way, or floatsome in the way that she doesn't understand how to attack this problem, and she does not have enough time nor resources to
just
find out what the fuck. She's hoping that Olga's gonna have some answers for her that will at least give her some understanding of what's happening
was just
here.
the secret mistress.
fucking secret vampire, more like it. I don't know. Maybe secret daughter of Boromir. What's his name? Ignatiev.
Ignatiev, yeah.
Ignatiev. Like maybe he's a daughter. I don't know. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping she's someone who can give me answers, is basically what I'm saying. I'm hoping that I can go to her, ask her questions, and she's not going to give me the most evasive answers in the world.
I mean, it depends on who she is, right?
God, I just hope it's someone that can do something for me. Because otherwise, Loki's going in there now kind of understanding the situation in the way where nothing makes sense. Which would also, because like, I think she's most shaken from Nina's demeanor. The way Nina approached certain subjects as not a professional, but rather as a person, really threw me for a loop because I believe her, you know, like there's nothing for me not to believe in what she said. And that threw me for a fucking loop. She was more honest than I was expecting.
And now that you know her parents worked in some kind of project with Morozov, does that make you feel different about her? I mean, your parents.
Her parents? Our parents?
Yeah, y'all's parents.
Our parents. The same way I thought of her before, of, are you a family member? I don't know. I don't understand. Sister. That's wild. Don't say that. We're not there yet.
Okay, sorry. I'm just saying might be. Could be.
That'll be the straw that breaks the camel's back on Loki's psyche at the moment.
What do you think Coleman said about when he said he found out something about your mother? What do you think that was about?
I don't know. She's a zombie working for some maniac.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, she's gonna call me. She's gonna be like, "Hey, yeah, your mom. Yeah, she works for this guy. Yeah, she's Russian, by the way. Russian. Works for this guy making zombies. Yeah. They're actually vampires, but they make zombies. Don't question it. And yeah, and like the guy after you has something to do with it all. Vampire, by the way. Top knot vampire. Don't question it. By the way, I'm gonna go and see what's up. So like, if you don't hear from me in like, if you don't get a text from me that I got home safe, I did not get home safe. And I'm either a zombie, a vampire, or both. Honestly, don't get it. But ciao. It just hangs up. Like,
that's the best ever. That's the best ever. So, my friends, you can find me Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel for Reading Between the Lines or Good Society game. Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, troopersjp, for episode 5 of Crash Jones, Space Adventurer, and the Asteroid Dungeon of Peril, where he's looking at a nuclear weapon that, you know, is set to go be sent through a time portal to destroy Washington, D.C. while he was still there, creating a time paradox or a paradox. Bad times. And he still rescues all his friends from death traps. And then on Saturday, you will catch us for the finale. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here, the finale of Seasons of Death Spring, The Deniable Woman, with PB Plays Inside.
That's me.
Okay, everybody. We'll see you catch on the flip side. You're all the best. Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
guys. Bye.